Hello, I'm Dave, and welcome back to Nerd Talk, the Capper Collective, episode number 16. I can't believe we've done that many and put that much crap out there for everyone to see. Hours and hours of nonsense. That's not true. We're here to win money. I'm actually going to pull up our record. We did real well last week after 2 weeks of getting absolutely plowed. But before I get into that, thanks for everyone for watching that will watch this. Thanks for coming back. If you're new, what we are is just a bunch of nerdy cappers from all over the place, all different styles. We talk about all different sports, and we actually cap it in front of your face. The idea was born of something that we already did. Some of us, a lot of us, getting on StreamYard actually and capping behind the scenes. We said, why not throw it out there on YouTube so everyone can see? And it is a loose type of form. We are having some sort of schedule today. I want to talk about hockey first, and we'll do NBA, and then go into football. Probably spend the most time on football, breaking down every game. But I have a collection here to start off of hockey, some really great hockey cappers. We got Nick, Merle Sports Bets. You guys have seen him many times. If you haven't, ESB, and I'll let everyone plug everything at the end. We've got Will, NHL Tip 6, great hockey capper. Rye Guy, multi-sport capper, and Occupancy, another great multi-sport capper. But anyways, let's start with what we did last week. And since this wasn't a competition, and by the way, we're never measuring our individual records like other shows. We all throw it in a big mix, so I don't even remember who picks what and what the picks are. It's just sort of and we don't even keep track of sports either. It's just at the end of the day, how many units are we up, and that's what we're doing. While I pull this up, why don't we start with occupancy? Well, actually, we'll start with what you guys have bet today, what you're sweating, what you're looking at, what hasn't gone off. If you have any picks you want to throw in there, let's do that, and then I'll pull up the standings.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Appreciate everyone in the chat. Make sure you like and subscribe. It's a really good community we got here in Nerd Talk, and thanks, Dave, for having me on. I love talking sports with you guys, and hopefully catch some tickets. I'm currently sweating out a couple player props in the Florida game. I got Forsling and Reinhart over 2.5 shots each. Forsling was firing early on to start, 10 shots in 3 games. They were hanging a plus 108 for him. He had an assist on first goal there. Haven't checked exactly how he's doing, but I saw one at the end of first, so it's a decent look there. I got nothing in the Winnipeg, Colorado game. Honestly, and then in the late game, I got the over 6. I got it at minus 130. That's it for me.
Cool. We'll continue that in a second. But just to say what we did, and we're doing it week by week. We do 2 episodes a week, Wednesdays and Fridays. Last week we went 18, 13, and 1 for plus 5.13 units, a little over 5 units. And now we are 111, 96, and 1, 53.62%, but we're up 10.83 units. And it has to do a lot with some plus money bets that we hit, which, by the way, if you're not betting, please don't bet all favorites, for God's sake. You have to be a really, really good capper. Let's put it this way. The Dodgers last year, I'm not going to say this year, last year, their win percentage was over 60%. So if you were just a Dodgers capper, if that's all you bet were Dodgers games on the money line, you had a winning record, you would have lost 9 units. So please, dear God, please don't be a favorite better. But anyways, Ryan, what are you betting today? What's out there in the world? I know you're a baseball guy, hockey guy. Tell us what you got.
Not much today. I have I'm on the Yankees team total, so I need 2.5 more runs from the Yankees. I'm sorry, on the Astros. I said that wrong. I'm on the Astros team total. And I'm also on the under on this hockey game now between Winnipeg and Colorado. That's all I got tonight.
Okay, 2 bets. Well, what?
Yeah, my only bet is on St. Louis Blues puck line and a small one on their team total. I just don't really get this price. I have St. Louis as the number 1 offense in the NHL last year on the road. They haven't played a road game this year. They have rest. I don't really see why Kraken are getting hammered.
Gotcha. And then Nick, I know you have more than one or two bets. You got to have like 16 or something.
Actually, I have one pending in baseball. I have 3 in the NHL tonight, and I have 5 in the NBA. So not 16, but I have a couple.
You have 3 in the NHL, and there are only 3 games.
Well, I have a side and a total in one game. So
Okay, all right.
I have the Flyers money line at plus 264 and the over 6.5 in that game. And then I have the Blues puck line. I got it at plus 165, but did not expect the line to drop the way it did with St. Louis at all. So I am on the Blues puck line. If I would have waited, I would have just taken their money line at minus 125, to be completely honest. I'm on the Astros run line, so hopefully they can give me some runs. I had the Phillies first 5 today, and ouch, that was not fun. That was fucking brutal. They were up 4-0, then it was 4-2, and I thought it was fine. Bottom of the 5th, they drop a fucking 5 bomb on them, and I'm like, really? So that one was a heartbreaking loser with the Phillies. But in the NBA, I just bet what my numbers told me to bet. I really don't go deep in depth with the NBA, but I have our Orlando, Detroit over 217. I have Washington, Indiana over 228. Houston, Atlanta over 233. Charlotte, San Antonio over 226, and Portland, Sacramento over 226.5. My numbers liked a lot of overs today, suggesting that they have not adjusted to the lines that they're supposed to. So that's what I end up getting to today in the NBA. I'm also looking at the Lakers Clippers over tomorrow as well.
We'll talk a little bit about NBA for next. Go ahead, Brian.
If I can interject, the folks that are on the Blues, I have a firewall because I'm a Kraken fan, but I agree totally. Like, I don't see, this should be a blowout. And I agree.
I even went back and changed the weights a little bit on my model, and I still got 2.25 differential in goals. Like, I wish I waited for the money line at minus 120.
Me too. I bet it last night, thinking that the Blues were going to get steamed, because I think the Blues are one of the best teams in hockey.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we'll get to NHL in just a second. What do I have to bet? Oh, I'm on the Astros run line. I didn't love it. I liked it first half. I mean, it was minus 130 when I was looking at the first 5. I mean, the real big weakness was Tyone in this to me. It's 1-1 now in the 3rd inning. Who knows if they can pull away. The Yankees bullpen's been really good. Really good. The Astros bullpen's been really good, but surprisingly, the Yankees have been one of the best bullpens in October. So I had to put out a play on that. I bet everything that I put out. I don't just put out a play and don't bet it. So anyway, I'm on this Georgia State App State under. I got it at 59. It looked good. It kind of looks good, or it looked good. I haven't looked at the score recently. Nick, do you have that up?
I can get you the score in just a second.
14-0 in the second quarter.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, they could
live
blow
line's
up.
50. Live line's 52.5. So you're looking good.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's never a measure of making me feel comfortable. That's for sure. And then I'm on. These are my posted plays. I'm on overs too. So here's a big secret that if people don't tell you, but this is one of the things I do in the NBA that's worked at 60% or better. I haven't measured it the last 2 years, and by the way, I probably won't, but I picked it up from someone that I knew, and at that point for 6 or 7 years it had been over 60%, and that is non-conference overs when the total is 220, between 220. Actually, what it says is 220 or a little bit better. I take it between 220 and 230, and I actually extended it out for teams last year that like the Hawks that were like 240 getters. I'll extend it out to like 233, 234. It just has to do with teams not preparing so much with non-conference teams. It also has to do with some magic voodoo, because why would that matter? They're an NBA team, but it's hit like crazy. And usually if you get those lines early, or you can point out a point where you can get some, CLV, you can smash it. Like today, I think I got 3 points on one of the games. So every non-conference over, I have a bet of some size. And by the way, they're not looking that good, but that doesn't mean anything because the Lakers-Warriors game last night didn't look that great, and then they went apeshit in the second half. So,
well, the only time that matters in NBA games is the last 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well, and then there's trash time, and I mean, there's all sorts of ways of getting there. But I'm always doing the constant math in my head. Oh, is this enough? Divide by 4 each. Yeah.
Anyway,
All right, so let's get into hockey. Honestly, I mean, knowing I'm not even I have to say honestly, everyone knows this. I'm not a hockey guy. I'm trying it. I've only posted totals. I'm 4-1. I'm proud of that. I'm probably just going to retire and say that my hockey record is 80% lifetime.
There you go.
But I'm not going to do that because I'm kind of getting into it and I'm liking watching the games. I don't really want to. There's a butt ton of games. I'm going to go down each game, and if someone has a look, we'll look at it. If someone doesn't have a look, I don't want to waste time on the game. But just to tell you guys what I've been doing, it's very, very simple. I've been looking at what teams scored last year and gave up last year, looking if they have the same goalie, and then I'm looking at what they've been scoring recently and giving up recently and kind of saying whether that would be – I mean, it's very rudimentary, but that's where I'm starting my hockey cap because you got to start somewhere. And I didn't see anything tonight. There were only 3 games, and I'm going to look here while everyone's talking. But let's just start off with the Ducks-Bruins game. We'll start off with Nick. Anything in that game that looks at? I guess I should pull up the odds and stuff, but I can tell you Boston's a 210 favorite according to ESPN.
Yeah, I did side with Boston in this game, taking the puck line. I got it at plus 116, I want to say. Anaheim's just been getting outplayed in every game they play. They're on an East Coast trip right now where they've been getting absolutely slaughtered every game. They lost 7-1 to the Isles. They lost 6-4 to the Rangers. They lost 4-2 to the Devils. So they've been puck lined at every game so far on this road trip. Their expected goals numbers, they're losing by at least 2 expected goals in every game other than they lost by 1.61 to the Islanders for expected goals. And Boston has actually won every single expected goal battle, even though they lost that last game against Ottawa. Actually, no, I have that mixed up. They did not win that expected goal battle, but they barely lost it. But they lost by 0.38. But they've been playing good. They've been putting up goals. They've put up 5 or 6 goals in every single game so far this year. I expect them to do that against Anaheim tomorrow. So I also lean over the total. Everything's a 6.5 tomorrow. These 2 teams have gone over that total in 7 of 8 combined games. The only game that didn't was a game that between Anaheim and New Jersey that finished 4-2. So I also look over the total in that game, but I only have the Boston puck line at the moment. I think they put up at least 5.
I like that. I'm going to put a star next to that because you're saying that they're trending towards the over. I want to see what their goal scoring numbers are back to last year. Over 6.5. By the way, Lance likes it too. Are these 2 teams that are I think these are 2 teams that are considered not so great, right?
Boston's a tricky team this year. I don't think they're going to be very good. I think they're going to miss the playoffs. That was my projection for them. I have a ticket. I think it was plus 140 for them to miss the playoffs. So I'm not super high on them. And the Ducks are an up-and-coming team that I think still needs a little bit of help.
Gotcha. All right, Will. I'm going to turn my camera off for a second, go get something. But you have anything in this game?
Yeah, I'm actually with Nick on this one. I took the minus 1.5, the puck line. I think that Boston is the better team here. I think Anaheim is kind of tired on, I think, the 3rd game of their road trip. Honestly, the only game they won this year
Fourth
against Seattle, and they got outplayed. I think they let 47 shots on net.
Yep.
They've allowed 21 goals this year in 4 games. That's 5 goals per game. It's the worst in the NHL almost. I just think this is a bad matchup for them. So I'm on the Bruins minus 1.5. How about you, Ryan?
I'm not on a play. It's something I'm considering, and it's the question of is Anaheim bad or what are we seeing here? And I was on the over yesterday with Anaheim. I think a lot of folks were on that over because it opened up at a really nice price of 6, and Zegras and Terry, the usual suspects in Anaheim just really didn't contribute and really didn't threaten. So I don't trust Anaheim much to provide offense here, but I think they've got some pretty bad defense. And Boston is unusual. I haven't watched them play much this year. They've got a whole bunch of personnel issues, but they seem to they seem to be energized by Krejci coming back, and there seems to be something positive going on there. And I think if I agree with you all. If there's a play, I think it would be on Boston. I'm not sure I trust Anaheim to contribute to an over on this one, but it's either for me. It's either Boston or over, and I'm not quite on either yet.
If you don't trust Anaheim to contribute to an over, I would suggest Boston team total over then.
Yeah, I don't have team totals yet.
How about the overs tomorrow? The over unders, they're all 6.5 or above.
Every single one, 6.5.
It's a new era in hockey.
It certainly is.
They finally caught up.
Well, it hasn't. The overs haven't really been hitting at a really tremendous clip, except for Saturday. Like when we had that big slate of games Saturday, it was like 10-4 to the over. But it's been pretty even other than that one day.
Yeah, this Boston team, a lot of people in the community were saying fade them early this year. With Marchand and McAvoy out and the coaching change, everyone was just saying to fade Boston. But what I think is going to happen, we saw this with Buffalo last year, is these bad teams are going to have good Octobers. So even if they're not going to be making top 8 in April, they're gonna have winning records in October. So I don't know if I'm gonna ride high on Boston. Yeah, exactly. Like the Flyers, like ride high on Boston long term. But right now, like when I saw them beat Washington, I jumped on them in the next 2, and then faded them last night. I think they're gonna win here. Like everyone was saying, Anaheim's been having a lot of trouble on both sides, letting up 7, 6, and 4. Is not a winning formula. They're second right now in shots against. The only team ahead of them was LA, and they played one more game. They've let up 170 shots in 4 games. That's really bad. And I know people are saying Gibson was going to have a bounce back year, but him and Stolarz they let in a lot of goals. And yeah, when Anaheim is playing well, like maybe they can keep up. But I think tomorrow, I'll be looking to, probably jump on the Boston -1.5, or maybe even just do a -1, just in case they don't cover the puck line. But that's what I'm looking at in this game.
Gotcha. Yeah, Don, I don't know if I'm going to say screw them. I will say that it was a really good game, and Utah's still a really good team. And I won the bet, but I didn't give a shit about the money. I want them to go undefeated. I will say that officiating in sports, all sports, has been the worst I've ever seen it in my entire life. And I'll go back to the NBA season last year, and it's common. And the strike zones are absolutely, for lack of a better word, retarded. And I mean, just absolutely horrible. I mean, go watch YouTube and you'll see. But
there's some really bad misses this year, like pretty significantly.
The worst thing that's gonna change the face of football is what they're doing now, and it's not this call. The call was it was a roughing the passer for interception. USC got an interception. It was roughing the passer, and that's a game. It was in the first or second quarter, and that's a game-changing drive because they lost by less than 3.5. I know that because they covered, but
they lost by 1, right? Yes,
but what ended up happening is after that play, because of a horrible roughing the passer call, and college is different than NFL. NFL, their assets, they cost money. These are kids still playing football. It's just like in high school. The more you get up, the more actually the further up you go, the more pansy. I don't know. Maybe this in other sports isn't that way, but I know with football, high school is much more rough and tougher. You're grabbing nuts. You're getting away with stuff like you're biting people. Can't do that in college. And by the time you're in NFL, you're wearing a dress almost. But it was horrible. That was the game, was that horrible call. And these roughing the passer shit, and what's going to end up is it's going to be a 2-hand touch rule with the quarterback. And I'm going to quit watching and capping football and become a hockey capper. But anyways, enough of that shit. All right. By the way, a little fun, because that's what this show's about. I said in college, my favorite college meal, or we can call people that don't go to college a poor meal, right? Some of us maybe still poor. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm rich, but I don't do this anymore. Easy Mac with Chex Mix on top and sriracha in my dorm room. We know I don't know what Nick is. Nick's been a pasta lover. Reminds me of the guy from Knocked Up that says all he buys
Well,
is
yeah,
pasta.
because boxes of pasta are less than $1 at the Walmart. So, and it lasts me a couple days. You make a whole box, you put it in Tupperware, and you can have a couple meals from that.
Will, what's your favorite like super like Penny's meal? And you can't say ramen. That's cheater. That's cheating. Can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I had a Korean roommate in college, so it'd be Shin Ramen. Definitely, we used to have that all the time.
What do you mean? Was it just ramen in the package?
Yeah, it was. Just ramen.
Oh, that's boring. Ryan, what about you?
Well, you can make like a really quick stir fry. That's like you can bake tofu. You know, you can put broccoli from the freezer and put it in the microwave, and then just cook some rice. And it's like a relatively healthy, easy meal that takes seconds and little effort.
That's on a way different level, but I love it. What was I gonna say? I totally forgot. There was another meal that I made.
Taco Bell's another good one.
Yeah, no. What about you, Occupancy? Any?
It's like Ryan. Just get like a big thing of brown rice. I got a rice cooker a couple of years ago as like a gift. And then I'll just put tofu in like a pan with some turmeric and a little sriracha, and then just kind of have like some rice and tofu, or like grill up a burger every now and then.
You got these are fancy. I'm talking about like no refrigeration. All I have is a microwave and a sink, and I don't know if you guys even know what Easy Mac is anymore. It's like it's basically all you need is water. You pour the water in it and you microwave it, and it's Kraft. But it tastes like shit. But
I mean, I'll go to like Walmart and grab like a 20 of those like pre-made shakes, and then try to survive on like one of those and like a protein bar all day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those little green burritos.
Maybe a box of Velveeta with split piece.
See, that's more what I'm talking about. Like, come on, guys. You guys are like gourmet, like restaurant quality stuff. All right.
Either that, or you get a loaf of bread, which is like $2. You got to find the cheap bread. Hear me out on this one. And just a thing of the sliced cheese, like the Kraft cheese, or whatever, like that's $2. And then a thing of little thing of like ham or bologna. You can just make grilled cheese sandwiches.
I'm down.
I did that for a week. I like grilled cheese.
Yeah.
All right. Predators, Blue Jackets. The Predators are minus 130. I don't have the puck line up. I'm just looking at ESPN. I know the Predators have a good goalie. That's about all I know. I know I bet the Blue Jackets on some stupid parlay that Nick gave me yesterday that didn't work.
Tim gave you the Blue Jackets.
Oh, sorry, Tim. Yeah. Anyway, what do you, Tim? Nick, what do you like in this game? If nothing, we'll just step right over it. Cool.
Nothing.
Will?
Give me 1 second.
All right, we'll come back to you, Ryan. What do you think? Anything?
Yeah, I think the Predators win this game. I think that's not really going on a limb because I assume they're favored. The Blue Jackets are kind of garbage. They're, they lost Laine, one of their best players, to injury. Their goaltending hasn't been good this year. Although I think Merzlikins got injured at one point and now he's back. So that may have been fixed itself. I don't trust Columbus at all.
I think Merzlikins was out to start the year with an illness.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I just don't trust Columbus at all. We haven't seen Nashville do much of anything, and it doesn't. Going to Prague and beating up on the Sharks doesn't count for much. So this isn't really an attractive game, but I think Nashville probably wins.
Cool. We'll come back to Will. What do you think? Anything?
Yeah, I think Nashville wins. I think a team total is a good play here. I don't think I would take a side here just because I just don't think Nashville should be too heavily favored on the road with the team they have. And the Blue Jackets are a good opponent. I mean, they showed against the Canucks. They came back from 2 down, even though the Canucks keep doing that.
I was going to say that's more the Canucks than it was.
Yeah, 3 times already for me this year.
4. 4 times they've done it.
No, I bet 3 out of the 4. It's
Oh, yikes. Yeah.
But Preds team total, I have 4.1 expected goals tomorrow, and I think it'll open up 3.5 plus money. So I think that would be my little angle.
Occupancy, what do you think?
When I first saw the card, the minus 130 for the Preds on the money line seemed like a gift. But then I'm kind of looking and maybe there's trouble in paradise. Nashville, as was said, like after beating up on the Sharks in Prague, they've lost 3 in a row. It's just something you don't really want to see early at the gate when all this matters. I mean, the Stars series, like I kind of saw that coming. Once, you kind of look at their series history and the Stars just kind of took it to them. But then I was actually really surprised. I really thought they were going to beat LA. And then they had a 2-goal lead, I think, go into the third and then blew it and then lost an OT. That cost me like half a unit. So I'm still kind of sour about it. Which is probably honestly making me not take Nashville, even though it's a nice minus 130. Columbus, I don't think is super strong on the other side, winning 4-3 with the Canucks, but then losing all their previous matchups by margin. I think this is a good game for props. I was just taking a look, and Nashville's been firing the puck. They're top 5 in the league right now in shots for. So I think the way Columbus plays, it could be a good look to take some Predator shooters. Just taking a look here at what Columbus has done. They're 5th in the league right now in shots against. So I would approach this as a good prop game for some Predator shooters. Forsberg, Duchesne, Granlund. Then I got to look for some second and third liners who maybe have like a 1.5 hanging. But I still think the Predators will win. I'm just not sure it's gonna make my card.
Wasn't Forsberg a player from yesteryear? Wasn't there a Forsberg in the league that was a prominent player?
Yes.
Yeah, for the Preds.
Is he? Well, no, I mean like from like the 90s, like a while ago.
Yeah, the Avs, Forsberg, and
that's what I was thinking of. Is he related to him?
No, I don't think so.
It's not a very popular name. Okay, my brown water's here, so I'm going to step aside for a minute. Two exciting teams, Coyotes and Canadians, and the Canadians are only favorite at minus 160 versus the Coyotes, which means the Canadians, stupid E, they must not be that good of a team. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but anyone that's that seems like a respectable line. I mean, I don't bet minus 160s, but I'm looking at minus 300s, minus 350s against the Coyotes are the worst team. So please have something on this, Nick, because I need to take 60 seconds to step away.
Yeah, I love me a good old bum fight. I'm not going to take a side in this game, though. I will take the over 6.5 in this one. Looking at what Arizona has done this year is give up goals. Obviously, Arizona is coming in off of a pretty nice win. Nice little plus 405 casher on that one against the Toronto Maple Leafs. They've gone over 6.5 in 2 of their 3 games. Montreal is a team that, when you look at their expected goal numbers, they should be going over the total, and they just have not. So I'm expecting some regression for that, going more towards the overs, because their expected goal total compared to the actual goal total for that game, the last 3, have been 1.32, 2.88, and 3.65, which suggests that those games should have had about a goal and a half, about 3, and about 3.5 more goals than they actually did. So I'm expecting some positive regression towards overs with the Canadians. And this Arizona team will give up goals. They've given up 6 in 2 of the 3 games they've played so far. When they give up 6 to Boston, 6 to Pittsburgh. I do like over 6.5 in this game. Love me a good old bum fight. If I had to take a side, I would have to lean towards my Arizona Coyotes here. That cashed me a plus 400 the other day. Am I going to be betting the money line here? No. So that's my thoughts. That's my thoughts on that game.
Will, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, so I lean towards the over as well. I have 7.25 projected goals. I have like a 4.75% edge on the Coyotes. I probably wouldn't play plus 135 against the Canadians at home with the way they've played at home. If this was plus 135 and Arizona was playing in their place, I might think about it. I'm really interested to see in about 5 to 10 games Canadian splits between home and away, because the performances were very different in the 2 games at home and the 2 games on the road. Ryan, how about you?
I'm more curious about what everyone else has to say. I'm looking at the expected goal numbers, and if you look at that and only that, these are 2 of the worst defensive teams in the league, but they also have 2 of the worst offensives in the league. And I think this is probably just the way the league works. This favors the over, and the lack of defense is going to lead to goals. And I think this is probably a rare opportunity where you could play a regulation money line at a good price against the Coyotes on the road. And I think this is probably a good value on Montreal. But I don't have a feel for this, and it's really hard to cap 2 bad teams like this.
See, I'm learning. Coyotes, Canadians with an E, bad. Which, by the way, I'm never going to get used to it. Why is the French team from French Canada the Canadians, and why is the team or one of the teams from the English-speaking part of Canada the Canucks? Isn't that kind of making fun of, come on, right? What's a Canuck? Is that an actual thing?
Are we doing this again? What is a
Well, the goofiest names are hockey names. Some are really cool, like the Avalanche. That's a dope name, I think. No offense, but the Kraken, it's kind of corny. I know I'm from Seattle.
I love the Kraken name. It's
Really?
awesome. Oh yeah, I love it.
Well,
And
there's
they have one
different
of the
eras,
coolest
right?
logos in hockey.
There's other cool names. Like, how about the Chinooks, or like, I don't know. There could be a lot of cool, like, Northwestern type of names. What do you think, Ryan? You're from Seattle. Do you like that name, or?
It's okay. I don't think it's great, but it's, I think it's better than most new names teams get these days. The other thing you
Commanders?
have to keep in mind is that some of these, like Montreal's an original 6 team, so they go back to like the turn of the century.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about a name that was given to them in a different era. And I know it sounds unusual, but
I know it's the way. It's actually how you spell the name. And I'm being semi-prejudiced. I guess I shouldn't do that. But the H on the Canadians. Get away, dog. The H on the Canadians. No, it's. I think it stands for hockey. Is what people think it stands for habitants, but it's actually for hockey.
Habs.
I think it's for hockey. But anyways, whatever. It's dumb. Occupancy. What do you think about this game? The Coyotes and the Canadians.
Yeah, people make fun of the way I say Coyotes.
It's all right. You can take you're not like some people that can't take a joke. Anyway.
I'm just going to mirror the sentiment that was already said. I'm not really
I love how
getting
you talk. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not really getting too involved in this game, to be honest. I'm just going to go with the over. With what people are saying. There's a lot of games on the slate. This is one I'm just going to kind of look over, to be honest.
Yeah, Big Show, I think I stole your mic. I think this is the exact same one you have. But anyways.
it's like a lava lamp.
Philly just tied it at 2.
Yeah, it's surprising how cheap like audio equipment is compared to what I thought it was going to be. I mean, or ring lights. Since I have a ring light, I haven't even set it up yet. They've made it real cheap. This whole YouTubing thing has really. I mean, I feel like I'm 70 years old. I can remember dial-up. Good old dial-up. All right, let's get the screens right. Sharks and the Rangers. The Rangers are 250 favorites. Obviously, I know the Rangers are good. Obviously, I know the Sharks aren't that great. No offense, occupancy. I don't know if they're your team. I know you just live around there. But oh, by the way, I probably shouldn't have said that. No, he doesn't live there. He lives in Alaska. The puck line. I don't want any trouble. The puck line. See, the H stands for hockey. Ha. Who's the best NHL handicapper here? Me. I told you. Ha. Logo changes the Montreal Canadiens currency. See, Big Show. You're a wealth of knowledge. Anyways, San Jose Sharks, New York Rangers. -250 for the Rangers, and then you get the puck line for the Rangers at +120. or minus 140 for the Sharks. Again, I'm just here to learn. And why don't we start? We'll start right in the middle, like no one does. Ryan, what about you? Anything?
So, I think the puck line is a good play here, and it's one I'm going to consider. I've made money on the Rangers so far this year. I'm probably, I'm inclined to keep it rolling. And the thing about the Sharks is they don't generate much offense, and there's two aspects to the puck line. You want one team to score, and you want one team to not score, and I think you've got that in this situation. You've got a relatively hot Rangers team playing at home against a Sharks team that just can't generate any offense. And I feel good about taking a puck line here.
Well, I choke and die. Will, what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely lean towards the Rangers on the puck line. I just think San Jose has a subpar team this year. As you saw with Chicago loss, I mean, they did get up 2-0, but they were outplayed pretty much the whole game, and Chicago deserved to win that game. I am looking towards the under a little bit. I'd like to hear what Nick says. I have 4.8 projected goals in this game, but I feel like I'm underrating San Jose's offense unless it's really just this bad.
I was going to bring that up. This right off the bat with my little knowledge, with knowing it. By the way, what goaltender is expected for the Rangers?
So I would expect Igor, but let me just make sure they don't play the day after. Yeah, they don't. I would expect Igor, definitely.
Okay. So I'd look at this knowing that the Sharks aren't that great on offense, or knowing that, and then knowing they have a good goal. I mean, I'd look at how the Rangers are scoring, and probably lean towards the under. But what about like a San Jose? I mean, what's the team total going to be for San Jose? Like 2.5, probably
2.5.
Yeah.
That's why I'm wondering what Nick has. Because
Yeah.
I'm at 1.7 for them.
So that's
Pretty bad.
not knowing a lot. That's an angle I'll look at. That's really simplistic. But Nick, go ahead.
I'm looking up on seeing if they have team totals for the Sharks. Yeah, on Caesars it's 2.5 minus 127 to the under. On Pinnacle it's 2.5 minus 112 to the under.
Okay, so
I think if you want to back an under in this game, you take the Sharks team total under rather than the full game under, because I can easily see the Rangers putting up 5 goals here. Like, I'm not a Rangers backer. I'm not as high on the Rangers as most people. Last year I thought it was very fluky. Their 5-on-5 numbers were pretty bad. They relied on Igor basically to steal games night after night for them. It was just a goalie and a really good power play is all the Rangers had last year. They did make some upgrades this year. I'm still learning what this Rangers team is going to be. I know everybody's hyping them up to be a Stanley Cup winner. I don't think they win the Stanley Cup this year. But it would have to be Rangers or nothing. There's no way I'm putting my money on the Sharks, and this is somebody who'll bet the Coyotes. I just can't trust the Sharks right now. They've put up and they've yet to put up 3 goals in the game, and now they're facing one of the best goaltenders in hockey. So it would have to be Sharks team total under 2.5 as a potential look for this game. Not one I want to get to though. Not one I want to get to at all.
All right. Occupancy.
I'll be pretty quick. If you're like a gambler and not really a handicapper, then this is a great game for you.
You can be both.
Absolutely. But if you really like a gamble, then go for the Sharks on the money line, because like they're it's like you're guessing when they're just going to break the losing streak. And that's like
that's such a gambling thing to say, but yeah.
Yeah, and like
they lose again.
I know.
Yeah, and it's like if that's the kind of way you want to play it early in the season, go for it. But like for me, it's a stay off.
No way,
streak's got to end sometime. 27-5 to the over. I'm going with the under. That's how I used to do that before I grew a brain and cared about money.
This game last year would have opened, I believe, at 5.5, not 6.5.
Really?
So
yeah,
I agree.
The under is a decent look. I just don't trust the Sharks to keep the game under. Like, I don't trust the Sharks defense to keep the game under, because they can let up tons of goals. I mean, they let up 5 to the Islanders last night. So, which the Islanders, we'll touch on them a little bit later, are a little bit better of an offensive team than people think. Now with Lane Lambert instead of Barry Trotz. So, just want to put that one out there.
Taste. You know, I had the first Scotch whiskey I ever had. I was 19. Not the first time I drank, but I took it out of my grandpa's.
Well, that's cute.
cupboard.
I remember the first time I had my first beer.
No, it wasn't, dude. It wasn't. Trust me. By the time 19 was way down the road.
With the one clip you have, I was making a joke. With
Oh
that.
yeah. Oh, what? See, this is why I need a producer. I need to pay a
See,
little.
all you gotta do is let me get behind the scenes, and I can do all this. Like I know how to run.
You don't need another thing to do, but let's go to it. Well, that's not it. Bad joke. Did you see that, Nick?
No, I didn't.
Oh, let's get copyrighted again.
No, it's not.
All right, where is it?
The Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, it's Ultimate Warrior. I had this thing one day. I had a little bit too much brown water on the show, and I was going off, and I was like, "Oh, I made the actual drop on the show. Obviously, not doing anything important, and we got copyrighted on my monetized channel. I got caught for the first time, but anyways, I can't do that now because we run it on ESB, or I do it every time because I don't care. This is
Sorry to ruin your.
I remember when I had my first beer.
Anyway, what I was saying is that I stole a bottle of J&B out of my grandpa's liquor cabinet, this was in 2003 or 4, but it had to have been from the 70s for sure, or from the 80s at least. It was old, and it had dust on it, and I think it had chunks in it too. But I drank it, and I saw this on the grocery listing on my phone, and said, "Oh, I'm going to try it again. I haven't tried it like maybe since then." It tastes the same. It's like one of those tastes that brings you back to childhood. Scotch, and spoken like a true alcoholic. But anyways, that was a joke, folks. Yeah.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
Well, I'm just saying, smell and taste are like the two senses that are the most nostalgic to human beings. You know what I mean?
J&B is very distinct.
It's very for a Scotch. I mean, I'm a Scotch drinker. It's not good Scotch, but it's very distinct.
You know it when you see it or smell it for sure.
Yeah. Anyways, here are two appropriate teams. See, this is something I can get behind. The Capitals and the Senators. It makes sense. Only it doesn't, because we're not talking about Washington, Senators in Washington. These are Senators in Ottawa. So it's all screwed up. It's a different country altogether. Do Canadians even have Senators? They have to, right?
Prime Minister. I have not a clue.
I don't know what their
don't even ask
legislator is like. I don't know.
I'll look it up. Do Canadian does Canada?
They had a queen. She's dead though. There was a Commonwealth. Come on. Anyways,
there's 105 senators in the Parliament.
They're all mixed up. They have senators, but it's a Parliament. See,
are they elected by the public?
By the way,
they're appointed by the Governor General.
Even worse. What is going on?
The Prime Minister.
So they're not elected. So here's the deal. So a true democracy is by votes, right? A republic is electing senators are actually a republic, right? It's governing by. There's a word. Anyways, when you vote for someone else to represent you, by representation is a republic. Okay. Anyways, so they have senators that you don't vote on that are appointed, and they call it the Parliament. That sounds like all sorts of. That sounds like socialism. That sounds like a monarchy. That sounds like communist. That sounds like everything that's wrong in the world. But I love Canadians, anyways. Let's get someone who constantly has something to say about Canada, by the way. And we have a drop for him. Welcome, Timmy.
Hello.
All right, we're talking about nonsense, but we'll get back to it. Capital Senators, Ottawa. This is like more like a baseball game, -115, which means, I mean, I thought the Capitals were a good team. Supposedly they have the best goal scorer ever, which I don't know how you could say that. It's like people saying
one of the best goal scorers.
It's like saying LeBron's the best basketball player of all time. Which
not, but we're not going to get into that conversation.
Dutch sent out this thing about him that said if you're under 30 and you think that LeBron's the GOAT over Michael Jordan, you need to be educated. If you're over 30 and you think LeBron's a GOAT over Michael Jordan, you're a fucking idiot. And I absolutely 100% agree. But let's start with occupancy. What do you think?
Yeah, Capitals team here. they're taking care of business against fringe opponents.
There we go.
They're coming off 2 wins, Montreal 3-1, Vancouver 6-4. Previous to that, they lost opening night to Boston, and then to the Leafs in a pretty close game that they could have won. Leafs kind of got away with one, I think, in that one. The Senators, on the other hand, Daniel Alfredsson was in the building last night. They came out to a 3-goal lead. And then instead of just like icing it, they had to fight back, and it was 3-3. And then they ended up getting a 7-5 win with Boston. But before that, they dropped their 2 previous games against Leafs and the Sabres. So I don't think the Senators team I'm that high on, to be honest, especially now that this is a home game for them. So I think maybe some carryover from the Boston side of things. I'd be interested in under. Looking at, aside from last game for both teams, we're seeing 3-1, 3-2, 3-2, 4-1 games across all sides. But this should be a good game. I'll be leaning with the Caps and the under, but I'm not sure what's going to make the final card yet.
Well, I would go to Tim just to get him in the mix, but I know he's not the hockey guy. But why don't we go to him anyways? What do you have to say about this game? Anything Capitals Senators?
I'll be completely honest. I have not looked at the NHL card because I was doing a lot of NBA stuff today. So
Okay, well, we'll bring you in later. Ryan, what do you say?
I'll listen to you guys for a while, but I have nothing to say about
The
most.
Sabres probably aren't even playing. But anyways, Ryan, go
Yeah,
ahead.
they are. They are. They're against Calgary. Take them
Tomorrow?
35. Yep.
All right,
9:30.
we'll talk about. Do you have the time? We'll talk about that then. Ryan, what do you think?
Just something editorial first. I don't think the Caps. I like the Caps, but I don't think they're in my wildest dreams that they'll go anywhere in the playoffs this year. They're just not that. They're an older team, and they've lost a lot of guys to injury, a lot of guys to significant injury. So they're gonna. The thought is they're gonna have a really rough start, but they've gotten off to a relatively good start. This, however, is my favorite play of the day, and
Ooh.
I'm on the over. And the reason is that the expected goals numbers really are in favor of offensive teams and poor defense. And if you look at the history of these 2 teams over the course of the season, they both played a couple unders. Then they both got involved in these explosions in the last game. So one team was in a 10-goal game, the other was in a 12. And I just see a lot of goals here. And I think, and also I feel a little bit of urgency because the 6.5 is shaded to the over. So I'm going to make this bet sooner rather than later.
This is what I've noticed. I kind of like this about hockey is that because you kind of see this in baseball, but you don't because you see I've seen baseball totals at like 14. I mean, we've seen them go up. But it seems like it takes an act of God to go from a 6.5 to a 7. Sometimes it's set at a 7 and drops to a 6.5. But I think jumping from a 6.5 to a 7, wouldn't they much rather juice it to like minus 140 or something like that? Isn't that more of a common practice?
Depends on the team, but yeah.
The reason why I asked it is in baseball, instead of juicing it to minus 140, they just jump the number. But I've seen, I think there's kind of like, I think that has to do with, it probably has to do with the average goal scored over, the annals of time in the NHL. But and by the way, the goal, what is it? It's between 5.5 and 6.5 or 5.5 and 7 is like 99% of totals.
Yeah.
You don't see many. Do you see 5s ever?
Yes.
Yeah, you saw 5
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Guys, the books are scared of overs in hockey. If you're hanging 6.5 at minus 130, these teams are coming out hot. Like I remember Buffalo, Florida, they had 7 goals scored in like first 2 periods. It's just a matter of if these teams are going to push it to like over 8, 9. But like Will said earlier in the show, these hockey totals can be they're changing right in front of our eyes here.
Mm-hmm.
And we could be seeing like a new era of hockey where that old 5.5 is now a 6.5. And we're going to see some higher scoring games.
And it's explainable. There's been rule changes. Goalie pads have been stopped. They can't get bigger. They're a certain size. It's allowing players to score easier. There's certain penalties being called in the offensive zone that help the offensive teams. Right now, I'm also noticing that 5-on-5 hockey is only 45.5 minutes of the game. Last year, it was 48.5 minutes. So
More penalties.
it's a small sample size, but it's a little bit of a different game that's being played.
It's become more, like all sports, becoming more weenier. But by the way, that's a good thing. But we're talking about LeBron and MJ, and Beheadity said that LeBron and MJ are two different types. They played in two different ages. I would agree, but I would agree that MJ changed the game. The thing that changed the game more than Wilt Chamberlain and the key, more than the 3-point line, the thing that changed it was hand checking. You can't rape the guy. Michael Jordan, every game, we saw people clotheslining people. Bill Laimbeer, like, this is things we saw. Now you don't see that. You can drive right down the lane. You can't stand in the way. They call a foul. They call more fouls than charges, which is, anyways, they did play, but that's why Michael Jordan's better, because of hand checking. That's my number one argument all the time. But anyways, Will. Oh, by the way, I get to this. Denver Nuggets, really high on them this year. Dark horse to win the West, and I know I just got Tim's attention.
No, I agree.
They've got a healthy team. They got their players. They're a good team with one guy. And now what's going to happen when he has some shooters and guys around him?
Team with 3 guys.
Yeah, they're going to be good. Will, go ahead. Senators, Capitals.
Yeah, I have a pretty big edge on the Capitals, but they do have 2 serious injuries that my model doesn't take into account, so I'm staying away. I even put a note on the model to say that I'm staying away. I think the Senators are a good team. I don't think you can rely on last year's numbers to cap them right now. Their top 6 is maybe a top 10, top 6 in the NHL. It's got some real talent there. I'm excited to see where they go. And I won't be on this game, but fun one to watch.
Nicholas.
I'm on the Capitals. I got it at plus 107. I think it dropped down to even money on my book, so I beat a little bit of a line movement there. Washington, when you look at their numbers, they've actually been pretty good. They've won the expected goal battle in back-to-back games against Montreal, Vancouver. Since they lost their first 2 games against Boston and Toronto, they've been playing better. Granted, their level of competition has not been as good. But I have Ottawa as a good, not great team. So I think that there's still improvements that need to be made for that team. But this is a spot where I saw a little bit of value here with Boston. Not Boston. I'm looking at Ottawa's numbers against Boston. I saw a little bit of value with Washington. I thought the wrong team is favored in this game, so I took a shot with Washington.
Cool. Kings and Penguins. We all know how I feel about Penguins. And Kings. I've had stupid shit to say about both of these. And Emperor Penguins. That all kind of makes sense. Penguins.
Totally.
Penguins. What was that?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, we're connecting dots here. The Penguins are minus 190 money line favorites. What are they on the puck line? Why does that look like that? There we go. LA plus 1.5 goals, minus 140. So it's. When you look at a puck line that's plus 120, is that considered for the favorite? Is that considered kind of a closer match, or is that a? We see more for favorites. We see more plus money puck lines, right? That's more of
correct.
Yeah. So plus 120 is more of like a moderate puck line number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it. All right. Well, Nick, any thoughts on the Kings and the Penguins?
Took the over 6.5 in this one. I wanted so badly to take LA in this game just because I don't think Pittsburgh's very good. And they just lost to Montreal. But previous to that, they beat the Lightning with Brian Elliott, their backup, on a second half of a back-to-back, and the Arizona Coyotes. If you guys saw anything in the beginning of the season for me with the Pittsburgh Penguins, I have a ticket for them plus 300 to miss the playoffs. I'm not very high on this team at all. I think it's a tough year for the black and gold, both the Penguins and the Bruins. So I'm not a huge
And
fan
the
of the team.
Steelers.
And the
I think
Steelers.
the Steelers I was not low on.
They're black
But
and
we're
yellow
not we're
too, by
not
the
we're
way.
not talking about football right now, Tim. Thank you. And LA has been a decent team. I think they're a wild card team at best. I lean towards them getting a nice plus ticket, nice plus number, but I think the over is the better play in this game. Both these teams have been trending over this season, so that's kind of where I went, over 6.5.
Yeah, I watched the Kings play one game so far, and I liked, first of all, who was it against the Golden Knights? Quick, as they say, stood on his head. I mean, it was like the Kings took half the shots that the Golden Knights did, but the Kings looked like their set plays looked really, really good. So I don't know why that is, if it's a thing to get down there and just pass the puck around, but the Golden Knights just went down and shot the shit out of it and won the game, which kind of might be a Golden Knights thing, because I watched another game they played and they kind of just
They've done that a lot this year. The only time they didn't dominate the expected goal battle, the Vegas Golden Knights, is when Calgary got 6 straight power plays in the second period in their game. That was about it.
See, I dig that. I mean, if I was a hockey team, I wouldn't want to get all. See, I do actually follow soccer, and my favorite team is England, the national team, and they play defense real well. But they get kind of cute and just want to pass the ball around. And then you have teams like Italy and Spain that just want to go fire away. I think I'm into that with hockey. I want to see some action. Will, what do you think?
Yeah, I have a couple games tomorrow night that right at like a perfect number almost, and I think this one's one of them. I would just stay away. The Penguins minus 190 is really ugly at home. I think they're going to win the game, but I wouldn't take it. Kings plus 166 looks nice, but honestly, on the road, it's not their first game of this road trip. I just don't like the spot for them, so I'm going to stay away.
All right, occupancy's got to get out of here. Talk about this game if you want to, but also you get 0 to 3 plays, whatever you want. If you give a play that we haven't talked about, you got to cap it, because it's not just we're not just giving picks out. We're giving people information. So what do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be brief here. LA on the end of the road trip. I think they've been playing well, but I'm not going to trust them for the full game. And I'm not laying minus 185 with Pittsburgh. So ultimately, I'm going to stay off that one. The one game I'm pretty interested in is Dallas-Toronto. I think it's a really good price for Dallas, and they've been playing really well. Jake Ottinger could be one of the best goalies in the league. If you watched how he played last year, he's one of those, netminders who he has it, and he wins tight games against hard teams. The Toronto team, as we know, they're what they are, but you can't really trust them. They're fun to watch and they have a lot of talent, but you can't trust them. And I know Hall and, this guys in the back end, they were, calling out in the media, but, they still scored goals. I think he had the game winner a couple games ago, and Toronto's just an interesting team, but I think Dallas coming off 3 straight wins by margin, 1 goal allowed in each game. For the community picks, Dave, I'll take Dallas at plus 145 on the money line. I think that's the one right now that I see. Okay. And and then going down the list, I know there's a ton of games, and I want to be able to cap more with you guys, but I do have to run. No is going to be the Winnipeg Vegas game. I've been waiting for a Vegas smash spot. I haven't bet them all year, and I think tomorrow night's the night. So I don't have current odds in front of me.
I do.
Okay.
So they're minus 169 on the money line. I don't know if that you take that kind of juice. But the puck line is you can get -1 at minus 121. I don't do -1s in baseball. I wouldn't understand how to do it in hockey. But the best,
basically, if it goes to overtime, you can still push.
Yeah. Well, I don't.
Is there a team total for Vegas?
I can look that up. Nick, why don't you look that up? Do you have DraftKings or MGM?
I have BetStamp up, which I can find it real quick.
Okay. They're a +1 for the puck line.
For the puck line, I got plus 157 earlier.
It's plus 160.
Oh wow. I'm seeing it all fluctuate. I'm seeing plus 135s all the way to plus 170. So,
Yeah.
So for purposes of just the picks for the
Vegas
show,
team total 3.5 over minus 115 at Caesars.
minus 115 is pretty respectable odds. For this week, I'll just do I'll do Dallas on the money line and Vegas on the puck line. That's pretty much it for me. Couple good games, and we'll talk in the group chats and on Twitter. Thanks again for having me, Dave.
Thanks, buddy. We'll see you
later, guys.
See you.
I'm actually really interested in that Dallas play.
Okay, well, that's the next one. The Stars and the Maple Leafs with an F, an S, which is correct. How many years has it been since they've not won a Stanley Cup? Like 102 or something?
A long time. Not 102 years.
They were like, I looked at this years ago. They were like one of the best teams in like the 40s or 50s or 60s or something. Like they won like 12 or some crazy shit. And then they haven't won
54 years.
54 years.
No, for the record, no. Oh no, that's longest droughts. Never mind. I just looked up Maple Leaf Stanley Cup drought.
There's this thing called Wikipedia, dude. You can go to it and you can type in Maple Leafs.
Yeah, let's see. The last time they won a cup was in 1966-67.
That's hilarious. And they've won 13 Stanley Cups. This is a team that's won 13 Stanley Cups, and they haven't won one since my mom was in elementary school.
And this is a team that repeatedly goes to the playoffs and hasn't made it out of the first. They have not made it out of the first round since 2004. There's no active players right now who have lost a series to the Leafs in the playoffs.
They won the division. They won the division championship 2 years ago.
Yeah, and they lost in the first round.
They're cursed. It's got to be
after having a 3-1 lead against the Habs.
It's like the curse of the Bambino. What is this? The curse of the? I don't know. I was come up with some stupid Canadian joke, but I couldn't do it. They're part of the original 6. It says.
Yep.
Anyway, what do you have to say about this? You're interested, so go ahead.
I didn't bet it, but I want to take Dallas in this spot. My only worry is that this could be a bounce back spot for the Leafs after losing to the Coyotes. For whatever reason, Dave, I know you like when there's long lasting trends on something, you'll call it voodoo magic.
Yeah,
for whatever reason, when the Coyotes go to Toronto, there's voodoo magic there. The Coyotes have not lost in Toronto since they were called a different name. They were the Phoenix Coyotes the last time they lost to the Maple Leafs in Toronto in regulation. They're 10-0-2 in their last 12 games there, but that's beyond the point. That was their last game. For this one, I'm kind of interested in the Stars. The Stars have been playing pretty well to start the year, and obviously I don't trust the Maple Leafs ever laying a price. So this is Stars or nothing. I did not bet the game, but I'm definitely interested in Dallas.
I had a Stars team total. I don't know if I posted it or not. That was
you said that against. I forgot who it was against.
Yeah, and I forget what the look was, but I had some sort of dumb logic behind it. Actually, it was actually good logic, not some of my like there are stars here and Me Too movement and all that stupid stuff. Anyways, Will, what
Stars and Preds? Yeah,
it was Stars. Yeah, it was that game. It was a lot of Stars are Predators, which is the truth.
Me too.
Hashtag Me Too. Will, what do you think?
Yeah, this is another game that I think is perfectly priced, so I'm just kind of staying away. It would be a fun one to watch, though.
Got it. I'm gonna go to Ryan because I know Nick is probably doesn't have anything to say. But
10, yeah.
I mean, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have any hockey stuff today. Sorry.
Dang, I just lost my first basketball bet of the year, the first NBA bet of the year. I was 2-0, and I just lost the over in Washington game. Oh well.
Yeah, I lost Indiana. That's fine. Anyways.
All right. We're talking hockey. Rye guy, what do you got?
Well, like any sport, there's teams that get on streaks, and this Dallas Stars team has been winning. They've got a new coach this year, so they may be onto something, and I don't see why I wouldn't fade them at this stage. I think this is a good spot, and if a lot of folks seem to be honed in on it. yeah, I think it's a good spot for them.
Cool. Well, I don't have much to interject that will be constructive about this. I'm writing down the Ducks Bruins over. I like the Sharks team total under. I like the Capital Senators over. I like, and I'm gonna look at the Vegas Knights. The Vegas Knights might be a team that I like to look at. I like how they played. When I saw them play, I'm doing the eye test because I have to go with some rudimentary stuff. I like how they played. I didn't like how the Kings played. I thought it's not a way I like to play sports. I mean, you can have precision and cut people apart, but it looked like they were playing scared and they just wanted to pass the puck when Vegas just went down there and slammed it in your face. It's why I like the Niners. That's why I like the Steelers. I like people that like to, get stuff done. But anyways, next one. Oh, this is one I could write one of my stupid things about. The Devils and the Islanders, New Jersey and New York. But aren't all people from those states Devils anyways? I mean, come on. But we'll start
No,
with,
we're assholes. That's what we are.
well, some people would say that. I wouldn't. You guys are nice guys. But Will, you're from New York too, right? From Long Island or upstate or where?
From upstate.
Oh, give us your address. I'm just kidding. Well, let's start with you. Do you have anything to say about this? I mean, you're a Sabres fan, I know, not an Islanders or Rangers fan, but what do you have to say about these?
Yeah, I'm on the Islanders money line. Actually, it's one of my plays for tomorrow. I haven't sent it out yet, but I think it's minus 130 range, maybe a little bit worse. I just think that the Devils haven't played that well. They got to beat up on a bad Ducks team who are also going to get beat up by the Bruins tomorrow. I just don't like this spot for the Devils. I know they're not traveling far, but the Islanders have looked really good, and the Islanders are going to keep beating up on subpar teams this year. So I'm on the Islanders money line tomorrow. I have it right around 6.7, which is close to the 6.5. Again, I'm just surprised at all these 6.5s tomorrow.
Gotcha. Nick, what do you got?
This is weird. Last year, I would have never thought I would be making this bet with this number, but I'm taking an Islanders game with a 6.5 total over. And it's weird because all of a sudden Barry Trotz is no longer the head coach. It's Lane Lambert, and this team feels like it has a little bit more offensive freedom. Like it's one of those where Oliver Wahlstrom has scored 3 goals in the last 2 games, or 2 goals in the last 3 games, 3 goals in the last 2 games, something along those lines, which would have never happened under Barry Trotz. This team is scoring 5 and 7 against subpar teams, and I think they can do that again tomorrow because the Devils. One thing I've noticed is their goaltending is just straight up bad, and their defense is straight up bad. I mean, not their defense, their goaltending actually, because their expected goals against numbers are not bad. It's that their actual goals allowed numbers are putrid. And I think the Islanders can take advantage of that. And we can see the Islanders put up 4 or 5 by themselves. So I took over 6.5. I got it at a plus price tag. I also look towards the Islanders there as well. Islanders minus, I think, 130 you said? I don't mind that. Or the puck line. It's not a bad option either. I think that this Islanders team should be able to beat up on the Devils tomorrow. So Islanders probably -1 would be my lean, and then I really like the over 6.5 in this one.
UW Nuggets Jazz scored 67 points. Wow, though.
Yeah, that was not a good first quarter.
No, I mean that's. Oh yeah,
I will say I put a live bet down on Nuggets plus 4.5 in the first half. I think they catch back in the second half.
Well, the Jazz should be a much worse team, and the Nuggets should be a much better team. Actually, Jazz should be a much worse team. They got rid of everyone. But anyways, Ryan, what do you think?
Well, I've been making money on the Islanders. I cashed a puck line last night. I got involved in the game. They struggled a bit. They had trouble in the first period, and they kind of turned on the gas. I noticed something that Nick noticed, in that the expected goal numbers for both these teams are real wackadoodle. Like New Jersey has some really good expected goal numbers, and I don't understand. I don't know the intricacies of it and why we're seeing this And New Jersey's not playing very well, but they've got these really good expected goal numbers. But I want to ride the hot team, and I think there's a narrative here. I think like everyone talks about the Islanders, and the reason that they fell short last season was this really long road trip they had at the start of the season.
Yep.
And I think they're pissed off and they're sick of hearing about it. And they've got like a bunch of home games, and they've got a bunch of home games against lesser teams, and they're going to open a can of ass whoop. And that's what they're doing. And I think that's the narrative that's taking place with the Islanders. And I like backing them. And yeah, this looks like a good spot to me.
One more thing. They were extraordinarily injured last year, and they were
Yes.
about as average of a team as you could be. And they had every injury you could have. So
They were still
just-
they finished ninth in the Eastern Conference, even though anything that could go wrong did go wrong.
I remember hearing hockey people that I respect earlier in the season, like pre New Year's, like the first couple months, being high on the Islanders, and I didn't know why because I don't follow.
Because they made the semifinals back-to-back years. They were
Is that why?
one game. They were a shorthanded goal away from making the Stanley Cup 2 years ago. Like that. That's how close they were to knocking off the Lightning in the semifinals.
Yeah.
So this is a team that made deep playoff runs the previous 2 years before absolutely everything that could go wrong did go wrong.
Breaking news: Avs tied it up 3-3.
And the Panthers scored. It's 3-2 now in that game. This is going to finish 3-2 because I have Flyers in the over.
All right, let's keep going. We only have 4 more games, and if you don't have anything to say, let's. ESPN Plus Hockey Night Game of the Night is Devils Islanders on ESPN Plus and Hulu.
Nice.
Average, pay me. Here's an interesting game that I'll have to bet because I said I would. Worst decision ever. The Canucks and the Wild. The Wild, and this is what's even worse. The Wild are like minus 178 favorites. I got to bet on that freaking line. I said I'd do it.
No.
I'm going to do it to the end of the. I do what I say. I'm a man of my word. But I'm going to bet that my Blackhawks bet makes more money than this stupid Wild bet. The Blackhawks bet is going to be, I bet on the Blackhawks, not when they're plus 300, when the other team is a $3 favorite or more. That's going to be what I do for that. The Wild, I'm betting a half a unit every game. And I'd rather take that half a unit and bet it on one of those dog shit parlays that you guys give me, which, by the way, you guys didn't give me today. But
Saved you money probably.
no, I want.
Well, there's only 3 games in the NHL, so
Yeah,
it's not
you're
like
right.
I had-
We're gonna hit one, dude. We're gonna hit one for like 13K. We're gonna do it. Why not?
Much respect to you. I'm not betting any of them.
No, it's all for entertainment. Whose I don't know because it's painful. All right,
Yeah.
Canucks and Wild. Ryan, we'll start with you. What do you think?
I think this is a stay off game for me. I just happened to notice from social media that this is a real popular overplay. And a lot of people, I saw people on social media saying, I can't wait to see when this line comes out. I'm going to jump all over it. And it's because the Wild have had these big defensive breakdowns, and the Canucks have given up, blown these huge leads. So yeah, the narrative is there for the over. I don't believe in that there's a trap or anything like that. I don't think that, but this whole thing just gives me pause. And I think we may see the opposite. We may see 2 teams that have had defensive struggles like overreact and play a really, really tentative game here. So I don't have an opinion on the side. They're both desperate for a win. And I want to stay off the total completely.
Will, what do you think?
Yeah, so I've been on the Canucks the last 3 games. The first time I got plus 106 and it closed minus 160, and they had a 2-goal lead and they lost. The second time, I believe I got plus 120. It closed plus 110. They had a 2-goal lead and it lost. The third time, I got plus 106 again, closed minus 120. They had a 2-goal lead and they lost again. So I have a 5% edge tomorrow night on the Canucks as dogs, and I'm staying off. This is just an ugly spot for both
Don't
teams.
do it.
I'm staying off. I'm done. Ugly spot for both teams. The Wild need to come out and play a good defensive game and win. The Canucks need to win a game, for crying out loud. I just don't want to be a part of this one. Maybe a fun one to watch if they do score 20 goals, but yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say how many games are there in the NHL before we get to Nick? They're 82, like basketball, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So technically, I could be down 41 units on the Wild if they lose every single game. Okay, which would be awful. But let's have an escape route, right? Because I don't. This could be this. But they're not gonna. Are they a 500 team?
We'll see.
We'll see. Oh, and by the way, they've been favored.
I don't think they're very good this year. I have a ticket for them to miss the playoffs at plus 300.
That's fine, but I'm just saying they are getting historically bad goaltending. Like
that's why. I mean, I joke, but I'm saying that's why the game's an over every time they average. And I think they were averaging 7 goals a game or something crazy.
Yeah, but it's like historically bad pitching.
So
after
giving
4
up 20,
games, you don't
giving up
trust
20 goals in 3 games is not good.
Isn't his nickname Flower? What do you expect?
Yeah, the wilted flower. Yeah.
Here's the deal. What's the escape route? If I'm down 5 units, that's 10 units. If I'm down 5 units at any point, that's 10 bets because it's half a unit. I'm out. Yeah. And I'm finding ways to fade them and be angry about it. How's that?
I think there's money to be made fading them this year.
Okay, sure. I'll probably get to that point. But so go Blackhawks is what you're saying. What do you think about in this game, though?
I'm fading them. I'm on the Canucks money line, and I'm on the over 6.5. I'm going to expect them to continue to give up goals. I am not high on this team whatsoever. I don't think they should be this big of favorites. I got plus 152 with the Canucks. And I think, once again, there's going to be goals. So if the Wild do win this one, it's because the Canucks are going to blow another lead. So I think Canucks first period's a decent look, maybe, if you're looking to back the Canucks. For the site, we can't put up first period, so I put up the full game for the Canucks at plus 152. This is just a strict, the Wild should not be this big of favorites. So I took the Canucks and the over.
Well, I will be on the Wild for no good reason whatsoever, just because I said I would. And that's that. Next game, we're going to start with Timmy because it's the Sabres and the Flames. Okay. See, this is where hockey gets really cool names. Like I would say this. They have the coolest. There are some that are dopey, but the Sabres and Flames, like there's a lot of natural like disasters, like the hurricanes and the avalanche and the flames. That's not really a natural, but anyways, It's a natural thing, I guess. A mystery of chemistry and physics. Sabres and Flames. Calgary is a big favorite. I know Calgary is a good team. I know Tim jokes about the Sabres, but I know they're a bad team, and Will's a fan, but he's probably a realistic fan and would tell you that they're not better than the Flames. But the line, minus 285 for Calgary. We'll go to Tim and then Will. Actually, should we start with Will? Because he actually lives in New York. You guys are posers.
We lived in New York.
Was that me or you? Okay. Is that past lived with ED? Is that like Leafs with an F? All right, you can go first, Tim. Whatever. It's fine. All right, Will, you can go first.
Yeah, so my model.
No, sorry, I had an ad pop up.
I know you did. That's why. But you snooze, you lose. You're second. Will, go ahead.
So my model has the Sabres projected to win this game. I'm kidding.
I was going to say, what? What are you talking about? Jesus.
Flames are 2-goal favorites. I have like a 3% edge on the Flames. If anything, I would take the Flames puck line at even money or Sabres under 2.5 team total. I think the Sabres are a good team this year. I even, as a fan, bought a $25 ticket on them, 100 to 1 to win the Stanley Cup, just because I think they have a lot of young talent.
Okay, good. It's not just it's not just
for fun. Where's that clip? Get some help.
But I think they showed how good they are last game against the Oilers, and I think this is a perfect spot for them to just throw a dud out there against probably a Stanley Cup final team in Calgary.
Yeah.
There's going to be a part of that glass that has a hole in it because those tickets are so hot because they're hot garbage. It's that one and the Colts Super Bowl right there next to each other. It's going to burn a hole right into the whole fucking wall.
Not to mention the Mets World Series one.
And the Mets World Series?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm telling you that it's
Do you like
spontaneous combustion. Yeah, you're a masochist. Anyway,
He's
but
a
you're
Mets, Jets, and Sabres fan. He loves pain.
yeah, it's all good. I'm an Angels fan. I could take it. Tim, what do you think about this glorious matchup?
You already know I'm going to be backing them every single game of the year, just to see how I do. And hey, I've hit 2 big plus money ones. They hit opening night was plus 120 or something. They lost to the Panthers, but they were $2 dogs or whatever. And then I just cashed them at a plus 200 against the Edmonton Oilers. So I'm up on them, and I'm going to continue to bet them just because that's my experiment. You got your Wild experiment. I got my Sabres experiment. I'm going to bet them every single day.
Blackhawks
And
experiment.
your Blackhawks. But I'm going to be betting the Sabres every single game, regardless of the line, and seeing how I do. Right now, 2-1. I'm up a bunch of money, so I'm good.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
My experiment is is like what was the experiment where they tested the nuclear bombs?
Man,
What was it called?
I don't remember.
Manhattan Project, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna call this this wild experiment the Manhattan Project Light because it's gonna blow up in flames. I'm telling you right now. But anyways, Ryan, what do you think?
well, the Flames have made me more money than any team this year. Well, it's only been a couple games, but I bet on them every game, and they've won for me. And so this one gives me pause because it's a little bit expensive, and so you have to pay for a puck line. But the Flames are really good, and they pass the eye test. Like, they're really good defensively. When they have a lead, they're really solid with the puck. They have good goaltending. They have a limitless number of guys that can contribute. Like, if it's Mangiapane or Toffoli or or Kadri, like, they just have all these guys that they could throw out there. And if some people slump, then someone else is going to pick up the slack. This is just a bet on team. And I take pause because of not only did the Sabres beat the Oilers, but they look good in doing it. Like, they look like they're a really solid team. And but yeah, I'm probably going to pay for this expensive puck line, which is minus 110, I believe.
I will say, Ryan, they've never played a team this talented. These kids, they
Right,
just.
right.
So I love that bit. Like, they've just never experienced something like they're going to experience tomorrow night.
Well, this is like a death trap. Playing both Alberta teams in 3 nights. Like, this is like both the circumstance and the level of talent that they're playing. Like,
It's like having a back-to-back with Tampa and Florida.
But you could also say, like, this could be like defining for them, and this could put them on the map. Like, they're probably jacked. Like, they're probably the question is, do they pass the test? And I don't think they do. I think it's too hard.
Gotcha. Houston scored a run.
Yeah,
2-1. Come on, baby. I'm losing I'm gonna go 0-2 and posted NBA bets. But I think the Georgia State, where's Georgia State, App State? 21-14, 3 minutes and so third. So it's still live. They could do something stupid. All right.
If you want to sweat, I'm sweating Scotty Barnes 15.5 points right now with 19 seconds left.
Where's he at? What's he at?
15.
I have Toronto -3, so let's get it.
Did he hit a 3-pointer? He had a prop of it was -115 if he had half a 3-pointer. We'll pull that up. We got one more game anyway.
I think he did hit a 3. Yeah.
If he did, people are comparing him to the way he plays to LBJ, someone the other, which is crazy to me. Let's see. Did he hit it? Well, that's not
4-2
gonna-
Panthers, by the way. Flyers are going to lose tonight. There goes their undefeated season.
We'll
Oh,
look it
well,
up.
I cashed a couple big tickets with them.
Did you see
All
that
right.
Chicago's
Last
currently-
game. Well, actually, we have 2 more games. Hurricanes and Oilers. Edmonton, which I think they're a good team, are minus 120 money line favorites, which means it should be a competitive game. Don't the Hurricanes have a good goalie, right? What's his name? I'm thinking.
Anderson.
No, I was thinking of a different guy.
Toronto.
Too much new information. Is he a top 10 goalie?
No.
Okay, I'm thinking of a different team. Doesn't matter. Let's just start with you. What are your thoughts on this game?
Lean under, lean Hurricanes, didn't bet it. I don't have too much for this one.
It's the same
The
thing. for
the Hurricanes have been playing a lower scoring, grinded out conservative style hockey, and their expected goals back that up. Where they've had the game totals projected have been 5.8, 4.52, and 5.52. So they've been low scoring. 3-1 Astros now. Home run for McCormick.
Yes.
There we go.
All
Yeah. So and also they've given up 1 goal per game in their first 3 games.
I guess that's what I was looking at. Is their goals? Their goals.
Yeah, and they had the best goalie tandem last year for goals per game. So I forgot what that award is, but they won the award for the best goalie tandem for
The
goals
Step
allowed.
Brothers Award.
Yeah, totally.
The
I don't remember what it's called.
Dalen Brennan Award. Nothing. You guys didn't see that movie? Oh
No.
Jesus! All right. Well, we'll go to Will. You ruined my jokes.
So I lean the Hurricanes, and I as well, but I lean the over and not the under. I do see what Nick is saying this year, but last year leans a little bit more over to me between these 2 teams. So I'd probably stay off of this game. It would be a fun one to watch, though. These are 2 really good teams.
Oilers have no defense and poor goaltending. Well, didn't they
They
go deep?
upgraded goaltending over the offseason, though.
Didn't they go deep in the playoffs though last year?
Yes, they did. They knocked out the Flames last year.
Don't they have the best
Went to
player in hockey?
Yeah. Yes, they do. They're like the LA Angels of hockey, but they actually have had playoff success.
So let me connect the dots. Let me connect the dots. The
The
LA Angels of Anaheim, the California LA Angels of Anaheim, which are all of Los Angeles, which are all the stupid names they've had. So they're a bad team with the best player in the sport that is locked in for like 10 years and will never win a championship.
He's not locked in for 10 years, but
Not yet.
They got 2 of the best players in the sport. Him
Biggest
and
crime,
Draisaitl.
biggest crime in sports. Biggest crime in sports. Mike Trout will never win a championship. Will never win a. He's
unless he leaves LA.
If you look at all sports and like the best player to ever not win a championship, people would say like Dan Marino maybe, but I'd say that Mike Trout to baseball is much greater than Dan Marino to football. I mean, it's not. So like I can't think of it's one of the biggest crimes in sports. Anyways, but we'll go to Ryan, Hurricanes Oilers.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with the Hurricanes here. They look really impressive this year. They're good defensively. They're like Calgary. They're really solid defensively. They have some really impressive players. How do you say it? Natchez?
Martin
that guy's
Natchez.
incredible.
They have a great lineup. They have a lot of good players, but they don't have the player. They don't have like a McDavid that's the best, or like there's a clear obvious best on that team, or like a superstar. They got a lot of really good players with Aho and Svechnikov and all of them, but not any.
Jarvis looks like he's going to score every time he gets the puck. It's just a team I want to back right now. The way they're playing.
They're a cup pick for me.
And the Oilers seem good at times, but I just it's a tough spot for Carolina. They're like going around the West Coast playing all these teams. It's got to be tough on them, but they seem to be passing the test. And I'd want to put my money on Carolina here.
This is a true test for them, this West Coast trip, and they've passed it so far.
Tim, anything? Oilers Hurricanes?
No, not really. I have no interest in. I haven't really looked at hockey yet. Sorry, I'm sweating out the.
I'm going to ask you because it's the right thing to do. Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah, of course.
we're gonna go to the last game in hockey, which is the Jets and the Golden Knights. Obviously, occupancy likes the Golden Knights, which are they're minus 170 favorite. To me, that's a big favorite. I think the Golden Knights are going to be a team. I'm going to find ways to. I like the way they play. That's just very basic. I'm going to find ways to bet this team. I'm not going to be betting no minus 170. That's for sure. But and I also know that the Jets goalie has a strange name that starts with an H, right?
Hellebuck.
Yep, but he's good.
He was a former Vezina Trophy winner, yes.
But he won't play tomorrow, right? He's playing tonight probably. So there's
Okay.
Yeah, so we're probably going to get big save Dave Rittich tomorrow, which is that's
Sounds like
obviously
a wrestler's name. It sounds like a wrestler's name. Speaking of wrestlers,
it's a mockery because
less than 10 seconds. Less than 10 seconds. All right, Nick, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you. So we get Big Slick Rick, Roddy Piper, and Goldberg.
we joke around, call him Big Save Dave because he's a terrible goalie and he doesn't make any saves. Like that was a sarcastic. That's almost like when we call the Seattle's goalie tonight. We call him Beach Ball Jones because he can't stop a beach ball. But yeah, no, I'm already locked and loaded on the Vegas Golden Knights puck line. This is the team I have backed every single game this year, and I plan on backing an awful lot this year. The Vegas Golden Knights, I feel, are the Western Conference's version of the New York Islanders, a team last year where everything that could go wrong did go wrong for them. Injuries plagued that team last year, and I think this year they're going to be a good team. They're going to compete for the Pacific Division. I have a ticket for Thompson to win Calder. I think that he's a really good goalie and potentially could win Rookie of the Year. I have Eichel to win the MVP. I have futures on this Vegas Golden Knights team. I'm high on them this year. So I'm going to be backing them here, especially against a Winnipeg Jets team on a second half of a back-to-back in the third game in 4 nights. So this is a terrible spot for Winnipeg. This is a great spot for Vegas, who are the more rested team coming in off of that loss against Calgary. All they got to do is clean up that whatever that was in the second period that just gave the Flames the game with 6 consecutive power plays against them. So I'm on Vegas puck line in this game. I think that they're a very good team, and I think they are going to have a really good year this year.
Knicks Grizzlies tied at 108. Knicks hit a 3-pointer, 3 seconds left. Please go to overtime for my over.
Overtime. I have the over. Yes.
Yes, so do I.
I'm legit watching it on my phone.
I'm watching it on the side right here. All right, Will, what do you think about this this Knights game? The VGK. I also like VGK. It sounds very like official, you know?
Yeah, so I think this game is perfectly priced. I think it's a back-to-back. You got to lean towards Vegas. You would lean towards Vegas anyways if they were both healthy and fully rested. Maybe Vegas in regulation.
Was it charging?
Offensive foul.
Charging! Foul. Yeah! Suck it! Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're good.
Sorry, go ahead.
So, yeah, I just think it's a perfectly priced game, and I'm going to stay off it for tomorrow. But I would be on Vegas, if anything. How about you, Rye?
I don't have much of an opinion on this. I'm high on Vegas. Like they're physical. Like I saw their game against Chicago, and it was like, men against boys. They didn't play very well in that game. But it's just that they're a big physical team, and they've got good players. Yeah, I think there's probably and I also I like Bruce Cassidy as a coach, and I think he's probably going to do good things with his team. I don't really have an opinion on this, but it looks like a good spot for Vegas, especially with the back-to-back and no Hellebuck.
Can you bet shots on goal? Is that a bet that you can bet?
Yep.
I think I'm going to start. It's probably high, but I think I'm going to start looking at that for Vegas. I mean,
if you want to do that, you can bet goalie saves.
I was about to say it's more of a player prop type deal rather than the team in general shots on goal.
So
No, you can bet a team's shots on goal, I believe, on some
So if you think
but the
Vegas is
more-
going to shoot 40 times tomorrow night, you would
just
take
take
Winnipeg's
Riddich's
goalie saves.
because I don't see them pulling Riddich.
Man, see, this is why I like. People complain about. I mean, not us. Because we all. I mean, I don't know Will, but I know that Ryan and Tim and Nick, we all bet baseball. But people say, "Oh, well, I can't wait till football season. I can't." There's all sorts. I mean, the prop betting. People say they're good prop bettors in football and basketball. Which, by the way, everyone's a good basketball and football capper because it's popular sports. There are so many good angles at betting props in baseball. I feel like there's good angles in betting props in hockey. I just feel like there is.
Yeah,
There-
I wish
there
I was
is.
more into it.
The one thing about it is that the shot or events in hockey games are judged by 6 people in the press box, and from what I've heard, they're usually older people and they're missing some of these shots. The other night, Riley Smith, number 19, got a shot on goal, and they gave it to Eichel, number 9. And there's no review system.
Someone was taking their baby aspirin or something.
So, no, it's a serious problem. They have no review system for the props like the NBA does and the NFL does.
It's going to change. I guarantee you that's going to change because of all this legalized betting. There's no way that these big books, how much money that Caesars and MGM has and all these people. I mean, DraftKings and FanDuel. I think actually DraftKings and FanDuel are bigger than them sports betting. I mean, as far as how much the handle is, but there's no way that's not going to change if that's the case. By the way, that's a really good look. You heard it here first on Nerd Talk. But anyways, we're good with hockey. Will, Ryan, you're welcome to stick around. What we'll do, we're going to do NBA. Ryan, are you an NBA capper or no?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Maybe I'll probably get involved in college hoops this year, but not NBA.
College is great. Love it. Let's do MLB real quick. And Will, you can stay on if you need to go. We'll take your picks.
Yeah, I'll probably head out and just.
Yeah. What do you like? We capped all that. We basically capped all the games. What you can 0 to you can pass or you can have 3 plays. We put it in the pot.
I'll go Bruins puck line. Islanders money line, and I'll join you with the San Jose Sharks team total under.
Yeah, I love it. You know what? This makes me feel good. There was 2 different spots when they said, "Yeah, Dave, you pointed something out that was pretty good." This was one. What was the other one? It was a total. It was obviously a total.
I think it was the Winnipeg Rangers under.
It was that one. Yeah, because of the goalies. So Sharks team total under 2.5 goals, which I'm for sure betting, by the way. That one of all of these is the only one I'm maybe even posting it. All right. Will, thanks so much. You're always welcome. Wednesdays and Fridays, I'll shoot you the link. But plug anything you want. I mean, I know you post pics. You want people to go see them. I see them. Very, very statistical, analytical capper, which I love. We all have different styles. In hockey, I wouldn't know. That's me, like Moses wandering in the forest, in the desert. The Egyptian forest. That's me wandering there. But anyways, Will, plug whatever you want, say whatever you want. What's for dinner, whatever you want to say.
Pretty much, I just post my model every day. You guys can make plays off of it, use it for promos, different stuff. I also post my plays along with it. Right now, mostly half a unit. In the next, 2 to 4 weeks, I'll be getting close more to full unit plays when I have this year's stats. I really rely on stats to make my picks. So I like to know how these teams perform before I really up the ante.
Gotcha. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for coming. Go Sabres.
Have a good night.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, let's do MLB, and then we'll do NBA, and I'll send out some text people that are waiting to come on instead of that aren't hockey people. I haven't looked. I mean, obviously, I'm not even sure lines are out yet.
I don't think they are.
The games are going.
Well, there's no Philly game tomorrow, but there's a Yankee game tomorrow. The Astros are $2 favorites. Run line
Really?
+110, total 6.5, and Houston run line.
Who's pitching?
Valdez versus Severino.
See, I think that's a Yankee spot.
I was going to say that that's
I'm
probably the
kinda
best
thinking
game for the Yankees. The best spot for the Yankees, probably.
No,
You're getting $2.
Not with
Right.
Valdez on the mound. I don't know. Valdez has been dominant this year.
What's a better spot?
I like the Houston Astros run line.
Okay, let's start with Ryan because we'll sit and talk about all other sports. But I mean, I don't. There's no line out yet. But what are you thinking? I mean, right now the Astros are winning 3-1.
So Severino pitched a 7-inning no-hitter in his last game. He was on the injured reserve, and he came back, pitched a no-hitter, but they took him out for cautionary reasons because why leave a guy out there to throw a no-hitter the week before the playoffs. So and then the relievers came in and blew the no-hitter. So he's capable of dominant pitching, and he's done it real recently. So that's why I like the Yankees a little bit here. Framber Valdez, I've backed him a bunch this year. And the good thing about him is he's a ground ball pitcher, which is good because, it takes out a lot of extra base hits and home runs off the table. But he's given up a lot of hits, and he hasn't been quite as reliable. I think this might be if I'm getting half a run on the first 5, that might be a good spot. I didn't realize the Yankees were playing right away, and they've got some issues with bullpen availability. They're looking to get Frankie Montas back on the roster. That's how desperate they are for arms. So the Yankees are in a little bit of trouble with depth of pitching, but I think this could be a good look for the first 5 backing Severino.
I don't think the Astros sweep them. I don't think so. I think the Astros can sweep the other 2 jamokes, the 6th and 7th seed or the 5th and whatever they are. I can't even believe you can't tell me how dumb
6 seed are in
how
the NFC
dumb
West
that is. I mean, Cardinals were 7th seed, right?
No,
who was 7th seed?
There's no 7 seed. There's 6 seeds, so it's 5th. It was the 5th and 6th because
there was a 7th.
That's NFL. That's NFL.
I'm thinking of football.
NFL.
You're right. No, yeah, I'm out of it.
Yep.
So what I can name that I've just thought of the teams right now, and there's only 6 of them. So that makes sense. Good job, Dave. I couldn't think of a worse situation. And granted, I really want to see the Padres go. I would love to see them win a World Series. But I couldn't think. I mean, and I'm not a Phillies fan. Don't like the team. Bryce Harper is my least favorite baseball player maybe ever in the entire history.
No, there's other guys that I hate more than Harper. But that's just me.
Name one now. He's definitely now. I mean, he's
actively. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a horrible. I mean, but
all time, I have one, and I have an all time
Chase
least
Utley.
favorite. Yep, Chase Utley.
I hate him.
Not even close. But he was also a Philly, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, he Chase Utley. Whether it was him on the Phillies or on the Dodgers, I don't care. I hate him either way.
You could go with who was that pitcher on the Braves? Rocker. You can go with him. But that was for other. You guys even know who that is?
Oh yeah.
He had a big. That's my channel. He's a racist. Or he had a racist moment. Okay, but I'll say I'm trying to think of Manny Machado in his early career. He's matured. I'm going to say the biggest turnaround of anyone I've ever seen is Manny Machado because he's a leader now. Before he was a dickhead, stepping on people's toes with his cleats and stuff. And he's a big dude too. He's like a big bully. Like Anyway,
Roger Clemens seems like a jerk.
Yeah, Barry Bonds, but you can't hate someone. But you can't be. I mean, besides Mike Trout, the best baseball player I've ever seen with my 2 eyes is Barry Bonds. And I watched him when he was skinny. When people don't realize, how many Gold Gloves he has? He has like 6 or 7 Gold Gloves. That happened before steroids. He was one of the most talented baseball players ever that happened to take steroids. So if Willie Mays took steroids or Babe Ruth took steroids, it'd be the same thing. He should be in the Hall of Fame. It's not even a question.
I'm gonna bounce for a couple minutes. I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, take your time.
By the way, the Flyers
scored with 2 seconds left to push the over. No harm, no foul. Overhit. No, the cash the over. Push it
Cash
over.
the over. I'm about to say it was
The over
6.5.
hit. The Flyers did not. No harm, no foul. All right.
Cool. All right. What do you think tomorrow on the Yankees Astros game? Any thoughts?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm on the Astros.
Okay. Nick, what are your thoughts? But he's not even there.
No, Nick's gone.
Yes, it's your turn. Thank you.
Yeah, I got the Astros run line. I think Valdez is the better pitcher. I think that the Astros have the better lineup. I think that the Astros have more rest. I think that the Astros have the better bullpen. There is zero reason for me to want to go after the Yankees. I think the Yankees had a good run. They just had to play a very tough series versus Cleveland. Honestly, Cleveland should have won that series. They could have easily. There was a couple of moments they could have. They just didn't seize it, and it happens. But I feel like this Houston Astros team, and you said they won't. I think they will sweep. I think they will sweep, or it'll be 5 games. I don't think this one goes more than 6. And as much as people want to see 6 games, it's not going to happen. I just think the Astros are that much better.
I agree. I'm going to get back to that, but I'm going to say Cab that came in here. Of course, he's on Texas A&M. Of course, he would be. Homer pick, obviously.
Okay, got it.
Manny's not a racist. I said John Rocker is. Manny was just a dickhead, but now he's not, so I shouldn't say that. Pete Rose told you to fuck off when you were 13. By the way, if you come on the show, you could tell that story. You've been invited many times. That's hilarious. By the way, if there's anyone that deserves to be, especially with gambling now, Pete Rose has records that will never, ever be broken. He was the man. Hardest. If you talk about guys that play hard, we're talking about the Vegas Knights and how and playing hard. Maybe the hardest guy to ever go in any sport. I mean, you've seen that head first slide in the home with the hair flying back. If you've ever seen, just Google it if you don't know what I'm talking about. Pete Rose is the man. Public service announcement: Nuggets are trash. It's one game, buddy. By the way, LG will be on in a little bit. Clarkson needs 2 more threes, and LJ said, just lost a unit of them bum-ass Nuggets.
Too. Yep, I've already marked them a loser. I'm going to try to live bet them. I think I can get 11 and a hook. Try to not hedge out of it, but I don't think it's going to be this big of a blowout.
Yeah, I had 4 bets in the NBA. I'm going to go 2 for 2.
I had 8. I had 9. Sorry,
my posted bet was a winner. That's fine. Anyways, we'll get to it. Ryan, if you have anything else to say, or you can stick around. I mean, if you have anything to do, we're going to talk about NBA and then NFL. If you want to stick around and hang out, you can. If not,
I don't have much to contribute to NBA, so this is probably a good spot for me to leave. So I'll give out some plays.
Yep, you get 3.
Okay, I like the Islanders.
It's been picked already. You can't. Here are the rules. So you're new. So we'll give you the rules. You can't double up on one. And then if you're so adamant about one and someone's so adamant about another, what's the point of pushing if it's a collective? So it kind of washes them out. So that's another.
Okay. But I also like one that someone else. I like an over that someone else had an under.
Well, no. The only official play that's a total is Sharks team total under. Unless it's that one. Anything else is fair game.
Okay, I'll take Ottawa, Washington over 6.5. And I will take Calgary puck line.
Boo.
Are you gonna? You're not gonna have a best bet.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do it. I just.
So it's Calgary puck line.
Calgary puck line.
Trade my Sabres at your own risk.
And I will take also the Carolina Hurricanes money line. And I have 2 soccer plays that I can give out.
Yeah. Let's do that. And those can be one of your 3 plays too. Like if those are more confident than the other ones. And by the way, we're going to get the 2 of the best soccer. One's in Portugal, one's in Hawaii. 2 of the best soccer handicappers I know. They're going to come on for the World Cup later in the year. We're going to have soccer shows.
Okay.
And you're on it.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So everyone likes to bet teams that cover every week, like JMU or Kansas, and so there's a team in the German league called FC Union Berlin that is basically like they're either drawing or winning all their
Are they
matches.
Bundesliga or are they one of the underleagues?
They're Bundesliga.
Okay.
And they're playing a team called Bochum on the road, and they're going to win. It's even money picked on the road, and they're just going to take care of business like they do every week. And another similar circumstance is in the Italian league, Serie A, and there's a team called Atalanta.
Oh, I know Atalanta. Yep.
Yeah, I've heard of them before.
And basically, like they didn't do very well last year, and they didn't change their personnel much. The thought is that like they just had a bad year, and they're basically doing the same thing they always do, and they're kind of contending for the title like quietly in the league, and they're second place in a really competitive league, and they're playing Lazio at home, and it's even money. They're basically winning all their games, or they're drawing them. They're playing some good teams and they're drawing some good teams. So this and Lazio is a team that did really well last year that's not doing well. So this is a team up, team down. So I like Atalanta. They've been winning me money week after week, and I'm just going right back to the well on this one.
So I love, and just so you know, and by the way, if you want to change out one or both of those plays for either of the other ones, I'd love to put I post these plays. It'd be nice to get a soccer draw. In fact, I would love for you to pick one of those plays and exchange it with one of the other ones because I want to have a bigger soccer audience. But what'd you say?
Take out the Flames, put in a soccer play.
Okay, we'll get to that. But I'll say, as far as my soccer, so in 2006, I was taking a break from college and I was working, and it was the World Cup, and that's when I fell in love with watching. I like international soccer and I like club soccer. Like I ended up picking teams. I'm a Manchester United guy and an England guy because you had Rooney coming up and you had Beckham coming down, and then you still had Cristiano Ronaldo was still on that team. Who obviously that's a name that everyone knows. But the betting in soccer, I thought about this. I want to take on hockey or soccer was the other two sports that I wanted to take on, and soccer is the most broad sport, but it has the most opportunities because it has the most leagues. It's the biggest sport in the world, by far. Mm-hmm. And the problem is soccer takes. If you're a soccer handicapper, like if you're like, you could be just a soccer handicapper and have your hands full. There's just so much going on. But I love watching it. I hate MLS. It's like high school girls basketball. It's horrible. In fact, all of the good players from Europe, for the audience, Ryan knows this, all of the good players from Europe come to make money and have their career dies here. Beckham, Thierry Henry, Pirlo from Italy. I mean, who is the guy from Sweden with the Russian name? The guy that has a big mouth, long hair.
There's a guy at LA Galaxy.
Abramovich or Abram.
Yeah,
he came here too.
China 1 year. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is that it's an underleague. It's like it's not good. But international soccer, I love Euros, I love World Cup, I love all of that. Champions League's good too, but I think there's a lot of corrupt money in it that kind of controls things. It's, by the way, soccer might be club. I don't know if I want to say this on my channel, but it's corrupt. Maybe one of the most corrupt sports. Anyway. Let's get back to, you have Ottawa, Washington over, Calgary puck line, Hurricanes money line. Give me a soccer play I can switch out with one of those plays.
All right, I'll take Tim's advice, and I will switch out Calgary with FC Union Berlin, and it's roughly 110, something like that.
And what was the bet?
It's a win. It's money line. They have to win. If it's a draw, then it's
in regulation. That's another thing. It's in regulation, right?
It's in regulation. Well, there
minus
is no
110 yeah. It's not like you can't in soccer. I don't think you have the option like you do in hockey to put in overtime if there is one. I don't think.
Well, there's no overtime in soccer. First of all, except for championship.
I thought that there's an extra 2 minute 15 periods.
only in like.
Oh, you're right. There's ties. You're right.
Yeah.
And so and that's why I'm asking, because all I ever bet on is cup championship like international play, because all international games go to 2 periods and then a shootout. So if you're betting those games, is there an option to take both the 2 overtime periods, or is it just regulation or nothing?
Okay, so the way, if you look at any bet on your sports book, it's always assume it's regulation. Assume and if there is a situation, like a knockout stage where there is going to be extra time added in a draw, then they have a 2 advance, or 2
That's
lift
what
the
it is.
trophy,
Yeah.
or 2 lift the trophy. And there's a whole set of intricacies with soccer betting that's different from any other sport. And they have things called double chance, and also, like, if you listen to European podcasts, they give out bets in a different format. So they'll say the odds are 11 to 10 or 7 to 8.
Yeah, the odds are different too. Yeah.
Yeah. So like there's a whole, I mean, we could go on for hours about,
And there's the 2 bets I don't understand. There's one that's both. There's a lot of parlaying, just because there's heavy favorites, just like in UFC. There's a lot of parlaying, like both teams to score BTTS, and then another one is those two-way bets that are like 2.5 and 3 and 3 and 3.5. And you win half your bet if you get to one stage, and you win the full bet if you cover one of the bets. It's half your bet. You get half your bet. Like, what's it called? There's a term for that.
Well, yeah, there's Asian handicap. So like the -0.7, when you make a -0.75 bet.
No, that's what I'm talking about. So it's like betting a team
Double
at
chance.
2.5 and 3. It's like 2.5, 3.
That's it's basically
Asian odds. Is that what you call it?
Asian handicap, and what it means is exactly what you said. If you're betting both wagers at once, and it's a mix of it's a mixture of, basically you're mashing 2 bets together, and if you could win both of them outright, or you could just win one and get half your money back. And then there's also same game parlays are very common in soccer, and so like people will bet a heavy favorite, bet Liverpool and over 1.5 goals, and basically that's just all you're doing is improving the odds, and it happens a lot, and only certain books offer same game parlays for soccer. So a lot of American books don't have the type of bets that are suited for soccer. I mean, we could go on for hours about the intricacies. It took me years to understand all.
Yeah, no, that's what I just said. That's what I was saying, is that it's crazy. Yeah. But all right, bud. Well, a couple cappers are on their way on. You can stick around or go. You said you wanted to go. You're always welcome. Plug whatever you want. Plug your Twitter. Plug your business. Plug whatever.
I don't have much to plug. You can follow me at I'm Hydrogen1, and if folks follow me, I'm happy to contribute live bets and more bets that I don't give out otherwise. But yeah, welcome to follow me, and I'll post some picks.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on. You're always welcome.
Thanks for having me.
No problem, bud. We'll see you. All right, so let's take a little recap.
Real quick, I love when announcers make little subtle hints for betting people, because with the one Flyers last second goal that put the total over, the one announcer after the score, he goes, "Well, that put somebody over the top."
That's funny.
I love when books do that. By the way, you could probably just pull Nick out of the stream, like click him out of it, so it's just the 2 of us.
Well, it makes
he'll come back. He'll show his face, and then
I got you.
Back in.
So a couple little recaps. So I was on the best bet. It was looking like an hour ago was Georgia, the Georgia State under, and all of us, like I said, all of a sudden,
you have the under.
Yeah.
I got the over.
All of a sudden, everything's going crazy, and it's at 52, and there's and Georgia State's in Appalachian State's territory. So, and there's 8 minutes left.
What?
So that's What?
I'm watching it. Georgia State just punted.
I'm behind, I guess. Then
They
I'm
weren't-
not. I'm on. You know what? I need to refresh. Oh, there you go. That's nice. Either way, the under is probably dead in that game.
No. There's 9 minutes left, but you still need 2 scores or a touchdown and 2-point conversion. But they're not.
No, it's 50. It's 50. It's 52 right now, isn't it?
It's at 52. You got what, 60 and a half?
I got 59.
You got 59? Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I got 60 and a half. So we'll both lose.
No,
There'll be a touchdown, we'll both lose.
I don't know. They might not score again, but in my little experiment, in my little non-conference overs for for NBA, it was looking real bad. I'm 3 for 4. I told you that's a 60. That's gonna be where I slam NBA bets this season. I slammed it last season and the season. Ever since I've heard it, non-conference. We'll talk about it in a minute because we're talking NBA, but we're gonna bring on a special guest. Well, I say special guest just because he's special, just in general, and still in the same place, even though he got his cast off. He must like that dent in the couch. But anyways, and hammer poop. What are you doing, dude?
The wife back on the computer. So.
Oh, that's fine. That's good. I know this is kind of it's an open deal, but we're talking NBA. We're going to talk about just for a little bit.
Did you say
Nick,
special ed?
I don't know. I was making some sort of weird joke, but anyways, were you weren't special ed, were you?
Yeah.
No. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, if you were, whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't care.
All gamblers are, aren't we?
Well, I've been called worse than special. That's for sure.
Yeah, me too.
Rise Above's in the house. Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Brian?
We'll look at the NBA card. I haven't really capped it. Well, let's do this. Let's look at where let's get rid of NHL.
I'm hoping the Denver continues to get smashed, and then I'm going to annihilate them on Friday against the Warriors.
Denver is going to be a good team.
I already put a live bet on them plus 12 points. So I'm hoping they come back a little bit.
Is Denver at home?
Sure
No, it's in Utah.
Okay.
They're kind of like
no. On when they play the Nuggets.
No.
Oh,
the Warriors at home.
Going to Golden State on Friday, so
yeah,
they'll be dogs.
Yankees just scored. Dogs. God damn it!
What happened?
Yankees just scored.
Oh well, luckily I what is it 40? Okay, luckily I didn't take the under 5.5 when I was looking at it.
No, I got the
Astros run line.
Yeah. Anyway, Chris, do you cap NBA at all? I'm sure you do. Or you're just talking about it.
Yeah, I just don't as much when it just like obviously they're 2 days in.
Yeah.
I wait for spots. I'm more spotty than like a football Sunday where I might have like 10 or 15 bets. I'll like wait for a prime time. Like last night I got fucked. Dude,
last night you got fucked. That's
we
nice.
Did the first half under in that Wars. I actually got a better line. My buddies had 108. I got 110 in that Warriors, and it lands 111 because they scored like fucking 12 points in the last minute of the half. So, I mean, it happens. That's why I call it gambling. But I try to pick some sharps unders and some primetime unders and stuff like that. But
there's only 2 games tomorrow. Got the Bucks and the Sixers and the Clippers, Lakers. I mean, us being from Southern California, there's some interest in that game, and the Bucks Sixers should actually be a good game. I watched Joel Embiid last night. Boy, oh boy, he could give a shit about playing basketball. He scored 27 points, but and I had his point total over, so thanks, guy, or 26. Missed it by a bucket, but the Bucks are no slouch. I mean.
no.
These 2 teams should be deep playoff run teams. Philadelphia is a -4 favorite. Let me look at where the total is. Right out the gate, I don't like the number. To be honest, just from what I saw, it might be a Bucks play. Granted, it's the Bucks' first game, but
I like the Bucks.
And Embiid just looked so. I mean, Harden was going off, but Harden's kind of an ineffectual player to me. It's Embiid's team, and the best player has to play the best on your team if you're a championship team. And he just didn't. He did not care. Let's look and see what the
It's weird.
total was.
Talking MVP talks for Embiid, so
Well, he was. I think he was. Was he a second vote getter? He was my MVP last year. Are the lines out? Yeah, they are. There they are. Total the total's 225 or 225 and a half, depending upon what you like. I think that's a buck spot and an under. And that's just without diving into it. I mean,
yeah, both games last night kind of flew over, so public got some money in their pocket last night. And
I got hammered.
I had one bet. Actually, that's not true. I had the bet. I chased it, in Dave fashion, and broke even. But
yeah, I chased it too. I grabbed the 10 as well, and they covered my.
I got 13. I got 13, and I got 10, and they covered those two bets.
Nice.
Yeah,
1-0 Blues.
But and Tim, any thoughts about? You said you like the Bucks, but any thoughts about the game?
I like. Yeah, I'm on the Bucks. I think that at the end of the year, we're going to be sitting, and the Milwaukee Bucks will have the 1 seed in the East. I think that they're the best team in the East. That's my team to win the East and win the just go all the way to the finals. I think that they are the best team, and if it wasn't for what's his face Middleton going out in the middle of that one series, they probably would have won it last year, or at least made it a lot more competitive for the Golden State. But I'm all over Milwaukee tomorrow. I got them. If I can get Milwaukee at plus points, come on, I'm going to grab them. Philly didn't look. I mean, Philly's defense looked awful. Let's be honest, and I feel like Milwaukee's going to be able to score against them. Probably have some Giannis props in there somewhere too.
What are you thinking, Hammer Poop? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Philly's coming off being a dog, and now they're a fave, going from a little road dog at Celtics. Now they're coming home fave. Yeah, I lean Bucks. I like your under take. I could see that being a little scrappier. And yeah, I don't know. I'm hurting. What did you take their over then, Earl? Did you take their over win total, the Bucks? And what is it, like 54?
Yeah, it was 53, and yes, I grabbed it.
Okay.
And I grabbed them to win the finals at 7-1.
I mean, I don't off the top of my head. I need to go look and see what their additions and how their team changed. I will say when I watched the Bucks play, like obviously Giannis is. We're talking about MVPs. We're talking Joker.
That's my MVP.
Yeah, we're talking Joker, Embiid, and Giannis, right? Or Giannis. Everyone say his name. Antetokounmpo, the Greek freak. But they played. I thought the two most complete teams in the NBA, how they played, were the Suns, which petered out. I mean, the Suns played so completely. They had all the pieces. Now they're a mess. But they had all and the Bucks played all their, and Middleton was out. And that's one of the reasons why maybe they lost some juju. But the Bucks looked like the best, like a team that had a superstar that had a supporting cast. That was the best. The East still, I mean, the West, I watched a Laker game. I mean, and they're just warming up. The Warriors are the best team in the NBA. It's going to be it might be a boring NBA season at the end. If you look back at the end of the season, you're going to be seeing it's going to be Curry and the MVP conversation, and it's going to be them winning another ring. It looks like. I mean, they're just Clay's back. They don't have a big, but when have they ever needed a big? Even when KD was there, he was big, but he didn't play the big. They just look so good. It's crazy. But in the East, Philly is one team. The problem with Philly is, just like last year, I saw this, they don't have the winning. They don't have the eye of the tiger. They don't have it. They didn't have it in its first game of the season. But if Embiid can't be capable of being a slouch, he's got to go out there and be a killer. That's why Joker ended up being the MVP, because he was a sniper, and Embiid just kind of wore his Batman
Joker
mask.
Was the MVP because he was clearly the best player in the league.
Who's that?
Joker.
No, he was. He was. He was. But I mean, I think there was a case for Embiid to be said last year. But anyways, Joker was the most important player because he was like
triple doubles in 75 games.
Yeah, he was the only guy that was there. I would say that when Joker's on the top of his game and Embiid's on the top of his game, I give the lean towards Embiid for athleticism. That's just the lean there. But Joker makes that up in the eye of the tiger thing I just said. So anyways, I like the Bucks in this spot. That might even be a play I'm putting out. I like the under 2, even though overs have been hitting. I think that's too much. I mean, can Philadelphia score over 100 points? The Bucks, I guess, can if Giannis goes off. Yeah.
Touchdown, App State.
That game turned around real quick. Anyway, the other game is the Clippers and the Lakers. Clippers are 5.5-point favorites. The total's at 223.5 or 224. I don't know. I'm a Lakers fan. Clippers will always be the redheaded stepchild in LA.
Yeah.
This is a game the Lakers cannot shoot the ball. They can't. They have Westbrook, who is a disease, but they can't shoot the ball. I mean, last night, I think LeBron James and AD LeBron James, Westbrook, and AD had 75 or 80 points of the total. If your 3 best players have 75 to 80 points, you should win every game. If 100%. You're 3, yeah. And they have no one. They got rid of everyone. I mean, I can't believe. I mean, I like Tucker Horton. I liked KCP. I liked every piece that they got rid of. Granted, they got what's his face Schroeder back. They don't have anyone coming off the bench. They're in trouble. They need to get rid of. That's a tongue twister.
Didn't they just sign him to an extension?
I don't think they did they?
I thought they signed him to an extension.
Oh, let's look that up. I don't think so.
Yeah, Kraken goal 1-1 now.
Russell is the final. No, he's in the final season of.
Okay. They were talking on an extension or whatever.
No, I mean he makes 40 something a year. They should dish him, eat about 10 or 15 grand of it, and then spend that on 3 role players or 4 role players, shooters, 3-and-D guys.
Yep, 100%.
I don't know in this game, Tim. If you have a look, I mean, I for me, I might even fade the fucking Lakers and take the Clippers as a favorite. I mean, they're not a road favorite because they're playing it's not Staples anymore.
It's a neutral
Bitcoin
game.
What's it called now? Bitcoin Arena or Fuckface Arena?
Staples Center.
No, not Staples.
No,
is not. It's crypto something.
Yeah, crypto.
Man, we look. That makes me throw up in my mouth.
Yeesh.
Anyway, yeah,
I'm on the Clippers, and I will say I bet this at halftime of the Warriors game because I saw the Lakers how they looked, and I went fuck this shit. I'm gonna grab them at 4.5 before this line jumps up. It's already gone up to a 5.5. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw 6s and 6.5s tomorrow. This is going to be a blowout. The Clippers are going to be a good team this year. The Lakers are not going to be. And when it comes to it, I'm going to grab the team and that's another team I have a ticket to win the title. I know they never do well. I have the Clippers at 750. I think they're going to be a solid team this year. I think they're a top 4 team in the West. And when it comes to it, when I look at futures, I'm not going to go and jump on the obvious ones.
Of course.
I'm not going to lock up my money until June just to have the Warriors at $3 or whatever they were. They were something stupid. So I'm going to go Blues goal. I'm going to go and bet kind of teams that I like. I obviously have Denver. I took a shot with the Pelicans. Which Pelicans look fantastic tonight.
Yeah.
I took a shot with Minnesota. So I'd rather go after those teams rather than Golden State, but I am going to 100% be on the Clippers tomorrow. I got to
come up with a drop for Nick because all I can do is this surprise. But I want to do. I have to come up with one. Anyways, Nick, since you love the NBA, we're talking about
fuck
NBA.
the NBA.
All right, never mind. Next, Chris grew up in one of my favorite places in Southern California, Manhattan Beach. I mean, shout out Shellback, shout out Hercules, on a Saturday morning. College football, dude. Hercules is one of my favorite bars ever. It is a play. And by the way, Manhattan Beach is where all of the stars. So these are people I've met in Manhattan Beach at bars. These are Mark Cuban in 2011 was there with two people that weren't his wife. This is a quick. Yeah. Anyways, we congratulated him for winning the title. He was there. Who was the other? Oh, the best one. We're at Shellback, and it was during. Obviously, you know what is a fifth man or sixth man.
Sixth man. Yeah.
Sixth man. Okay, sixth man is this very special thing where it's a beach volleyball tournament that anyone can enter. It's put on by the city. I don't know if you pay into it, and I don't know if there's a cash prize, but you'll have a team theme. And so it's a co-ed tournament, guys and girls, it's beach volleyball. Anyone can join, and there will be people dressed up like there was one team that was flight attendants and pilots. So there's guys in suits and girls that had like slutty, like, anyways, it's this tournament. And there's this bar that's right on the boardwalk on the beach called Shellback. And you go there, and then this famous drink called a Fanta, which I'm sure you've had, which is basically just vodka and orange soda. But anyways, they have them. And we're there and it's packed, like person to person. And this is when Luke Walton was a player on the Lakers. He was there.
Wow. And
he went to Arizona, and my buddy went to ASU. So he was a Wildcat. My buddy was a Sun Devil. And we're going around, and I bump into Luke Walton, and I'm like, oh, sorry, and whatever. He's, I'm 6'2", but he's 6'7", big guy. My buddy, who went to ASU, gets right in his face. And in ASU, they call this the shocker, which we know what the shocker is, but they're pitchforks. That's their thing. He goes right in Luke Walton's face. Right in his face goes, Sun Devils, like right in his face. And Luke Walton had this look on his face like, should I punch this guy or just like, or should I be afraid? And he ended up walking away. But best celebrity meeting of my entire life. My idiot friend almost got in a fight with Luke Walton for no stupid reason in Manhattan Beach. But this is the intro to my friend from Manhattan Beach, who is definitely probably, you have to be a Lakers fan. There's no way you're not. If you're a Clippers fan, I'm kicking you off. But what do you think in this game?
Yeah, I am a big advocate of fading the Lakers. Was last year. And
Bulls,
probably will be. How do the Heat?
How did the Heat lose? It's simple. The Chicago Bulls, they shot this thing called a basketball into the hoop, and they received points for doing that, and they got more points for doing that than the Heat did.
After time expired,
I remember when I had my first beer.
That's how basketball works.
Yeah,
Sorry, I had to.
No, I mean, I guess it's a valid question. He's probably saying that the Heat are supposed to be a lot better than the Bulls.
They were 7-point favorites.
Why
Tim, didn't you have
with no Zach LaVine?
Yeah, you took the Bulls, right, Tim?
Yeah, there was no Zach LaVine. That's a good point.
I took the Bulls. I even said at game time, if somebody mentioned he's out, I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'm eating that one. Maybe I just go and fade the injury report, say Bulls money line, and run it.
Yeah.
If only you did that.
I didn't, but I wish I did. But obviously, I'll take my +6 cash and move on. Anyways, all right. Sorry, go ahead.
Like there were a lot of lines last year where the Lakers, everyone just was expecting the Lakers to play better. I mean, even tomorrow, if they're healthy, they're supposed to be like Timmy Earl said, their Clippers are supposed to be one of the best teams in the league when Kawhi and everyone's healthy. So, this seems short. I mean, last year I remember just unleashing on the T-Wolves when they were in LA because it was like LA -1.5. Everybody on the Lakers. T-Wolves blew them out. The books are always going to shade the line towards the Lakers. They know they're going to get Laker money. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Clippers beat them very handily. But I also wouldn't be surprised if the Lakers play tough because, like you said, Dave, they like to be the kings of LA knowing their Clippers are their little brothers. So
I don't know. I'm off that game. I like the other game way better as a handicapper. I'm gonna look.
Probably lean towards the under in that one too.
In the Lakers.
Right, Georgia State has the under in this game. He just dropped a wide open fucking pass. Anyway, sorry.
Is it like 220 or something like that?
I was leaning over in that game, actually.
What the
game?
Georgia State game?
Yeah, it's on the site.
Georgia Tech? No,
Georgia State.
I thought you were just talking about
Georgia
Lakers.
State.
Oh no, we are. Tim's talking. He's watching a game. Yeah, no, we're talking Lakers. Clippers.
Yeah, I was leaning over 220 and a half.
Oh,
What up? Are you guys on the total?
Georgia State just fumbled it, and App State got it back, and it's going to finish at 59. And
that's nice. I pushed. What the fuck?
Under 60, over 60 and a half was a loser. So
yeah,
so happy.
I wish I would have got it earlier. I didn't. I posted 59. I actually could have bet it up. I could have. It's a minus 108. I could have bet it up to like minus 120 at 59 and a half. But anyways, perfect timing. Let's get to what this show's about. We're all in Circa. We're all in Westgate. And this guy's one of the best NFL cappers. And I know, fresh off of a long day of work, Houston's finest.
Yes.
Hey, guess what?
What?
I'm on Dallas +4.
Well, you're not a. I mean, you're probably a Rockets fan, obviously.
Oh, I cashed that +10. They want the Hawks won by 10, so yeah. I cashed that. But yeah, I knew Dallas was going to come in here and make the same statement that they did in the playoffs.
Or is Phoenix just going to be that bad this year? Because there was a lot of shit going on with that team.
I believe it too. I believe, they're going to be just like the Cardinals. Both teams made noise this all season, so hey, why not favor?
So we're on. You and I and everyone else that I know is on Houston's run line, and we had an easier time at 4-1, and then the Yankees scored, and now it's 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Well,
3 outs.
3 outs.
Mm-hmm.
Are you? Oh, well, you're ahead of me, which means this pitch is probably the out. We got half an inning to cash our bet. LJ, what are all the bets you have in this game? Is it just the run line or?
I had took the first 5, and I lost that one. And
you didn't have full game?
Yeah, I had full game, but I had the first 5. So
okay.
So I guess I'm gonna break even. I guess because I took the full game.
Well, cool. Well, let's get to what we all care the most about, at least right now.
And let me mute my TV. All right.
Yeah. Let's get the sound off, and then I'll switch the banner, and then we'll jump into it.
The Nuggets suck, by the way. I just wanted y'all to know that.
They don't suck, but you just lost a bet. I mean,
bro, they're losing to a team that don't even have a fucking all-star, bro.
It's true. The Jazz are going to be the biggest fall off of the cliff in all of the NBA.
God, how are you losing this bad?
Yeah, I know. I know. It sucks.
Just Tim's a major Nuggets fan.
Wow, bro! I cannot believe it.
I've got my signed Murray jersey behind me. I got my Jokic on it. Yeah, it sucks. This game.
I was for sure that was a for sure bet, bro.
I lied bet them at +12. I don't even know if I'm gonna get that.
It's ridiculous, man.
Really,
they're going to come around. Trust me. This is not going to be the Jazz. The Jazz are going to be one of the worst teams in the NBA, I think.
Well, they've lost 5 straight to the Jazz. So, do the Jazz just have the Nuggets number for some reason? Maybe,
but that doesn't mean anything in the long run. You know.
I mean, we see what the Coyotes do in Toronto.
Yeah.
Like, this is so crazy.
Let's jump into this NFL thing. Thursday night football. I can't believe how many shitty primetime games we're going to see. I mean, we have the Saints and the Cardinals on Thursday. What's the Sunday? The Sunday night game is the Steelers and the Dolphins. And then the Monday night game is the Bears and the Patriots. I mean, wah, wah, wah. Who gives a shit?
Gorgeous games to cash some unders.
No, yeah, well, obviously, it's under City, and that's still hitting because the last Monday night hit
12-5-1.
Monday night hit. I've been on it with you almost every game except for one. I bucked it, but right now the Cardinals are 2 or 2.5 point favorites, depending what side you like. The total is at 43.5 or 44. I index the Cardinals at 3.81 points, which would have you leaning towards the Cardinals. I couldn't be further off a side in this game. In any game I've ever been, I could give a shit, but I'm not even thinking about it. I'm betting the under. Let's just start with Nick. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, locked that in. I locked that in on Saturday. The under for this game. Right, Tim? We locked that in a while ago. Under, we got 45.5.
Did you actually put it up on
under.
the site?
Yeah.
Oh, nope, it's not up there.
It's not?
You're fired.
You're
Damn
fired.
it. Forgot to do it.
I'll put it up
But
now.
I locked it in on Saturday.
You know what? You're fired and
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions
of mistakes. What are you doing?
Yep. Oh well.
All right.
But yeah,
So you're on the under. What about a side? We know you're on the under. What about a side?
I would lean towards the Cardinals in this game. Let me see what my number's a 4 for Arizona. So I might jump on Arizona money line or something like that for this game.
That's a scary bet. Even with,
it is.
Cliff Kingsbury getting an extension, 5-year extension.
Yeah,
I can't even.
It's a 2.5 now. It was a 1, so I'll probably stay off of that. But I lean Cardinals, but the under's to play.
Yeah. LJ, what do you got with your Cardinals preseason? LJ was all over the Cardinals preseason.
I'm off them now.
Yeah, me too.
Like I'm not putting my money on the Cardinals Sorry.
What'd you break?
My light just fell. Yeah, I'm not putting my money on the Cardinals anymore, bro. They've disappointed me in so many ways possible. I thought that they could hang with Seattle last week, and obviously I was wrong. The only thing I'll be looking at is props. Kyler Murray rush props is pretty much what I'll be looking at. Other than that, I'm off, man. I'm not taking no side in this game, but I will be on the under for sure because it's a prime Thursday night game. So
12-5-1, right? 12-4-1, 12-5-1.
12-5-1, 12-5-1.
Is that Thursday night games or just prime time period?
Prime time period. Thursday, Sunday, Monday.
Okay, hold on. Let me write that. 12-5-1.
Yeah.
Prime time.
What's 12 divided by 17? Then we got a calculator up. That's what it is.
And division games are even better, I think. Like
That's also the ask. What is the division unders? Division unders. What is that?
22 and 5, 23 and 5, something along those lines.
Okay.
I don't know the exact number, but it's something in 5. I think it's either 22 or 23.
70.59% is
By the way, in the stat I gave out last week, any totals over the total of 50 this year are now 9-3 to the under. Both the Bills Chiefs game went under, and the Cardinals.
Put that in the private chat, will you? Because I'm doing. Yeah, put all that.
Two down in the 9th.
Yep.
Put that in the private chat. So we need to be on that. We need to be on that. And I need to be able to promote that. But anyway, hammer poop. Give me some. This is a very poopy game.
I know. I'm with you though. I don't want to fucking touch either side. Do you trust freaking the red rifle? Probably not. Do you trust they blew it? They were up. They should have beat Cincy easy, and they blew that shit. And we sure as hell, like LJ said, I sure as hell don't trust. I've been on the Cards. They covered for me against the Eagles, +5 at home. They covered back against the Raiders when they're catching 5.5. So, like you said, if I'm catching more points, I'll take them. But when it's so small, I'm not gonna.
That's the point. If it's -2, like money line, it's just the side in this game is crap, absolute crap. There's no. You'd have to give me 3 and a hook for me to be interested at all.
Yeah,
and then I wouldn't even give a shit. Tim, what do you think?
I'm gonna be totally different from you guys and take the under. It's the primetime unders. I'm not trying to. I do lean towards Arizona. I will say that. I think Arizona is going to make the turn now because they went 2-4 without DeAndre Hopkins. Now
in the books. Astros win. Sorry.
Astros run line cashes.
Yankees lose.
I'm on the Arizona Cardinals minus the 1.5 or whatever it is. I think they got better on offense. Yes, I know their coaching staff or their coach sucks. I don't particularly care. They got better on offense over the week with getting those 2 wide receivers. I think they're going to use them. So I would be on the Arizona side, but ultimately it's going to be the under.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, that game stinks as a primetime game. First game up, Detroit and Dallas. Dallas came back down to earth. Cooper Rush threw 3 interceptions. I mean, I know Dak's
His wife
probably
went to the game. His wife went to the game.
Was that why?
Yep.
Yeah.
She had never been to any other games, and she went to that one, and he blew it.
Don't get married. Don't have kids. Don't have pets. Don't even have a plant that you have to water. It's all about no responsibility, man, children. That's all I got to say.
I believe that's Nick's lifestyle.
Single life for the win.
Don't even. I have a dog, which was, I love my dog, but it was forced upon me because I wasn't supposed to be living with me, but now it is. I have trouble. I have an irrigation system at my house because I don't like to water plants, and it gets to 125 here. So I'm all about no responsibility. But anyways, and now we know that women screw up football, but that's a 1-game sample size.
Okay, I have a correction.
Yep,
I did
go ahead.
cash the Rockets plus 10 because it pushed because they won by Hawks won by 10. I'm sorry.
I was
That
looking at
pushed.
the Hawks minus 9.5.
So my fault. I got my money back. It pushed. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hey, you didn't lose.
Yep,
Yeah,
exactly.
he didn't lose, but I cashed the run line on the Houston end.
Hey, if you don't lose, you win.
There you go.
Yeah, people say that, but I always hate that.
Fucking Nuggets, man. First half minus 3.5 loss. Fucking Nuggets, man.
I got it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
They're only down 9 now, so we'll
Sorry.
see. But
Sorry.
The Nuggets might be the Nuggets might be the second best
Overrated.
team in the West.
I got a full game though, minus 7. Let's see if they cash it.
I doubt
Let's just
it.
hope they win the game.
Yeah, I'm just hoping I'm hoping that I live bet them. I threw $100 at plus 12 or whatever. Yeah, sorry, Nick. I forgot to mention I did a round robin with 6 basketball plays and went 5-1.
Oh, there you go.
The only loser was the freaking Pacers. Other than that, all the other ones won. But anyways, I
just
grabbed
realized.
So
Did I say I took all non-conference overs? I already said that. 4 of them, 3 of them cashed. Wow, I just looked at my betting account.
nice.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look at live bets right now on that game while we stop real quick, and we're gonna talk about this Dallas Detroit game. But let's pull
I'm sorry,
up
what are we live betting?
the Nuggets game. I'm gonna find a way to bet it.
Oh, okay.
So right now they're down by 8 points with 9 minutes left,
Mhm.
and the Nuggets are plus 5.5. I don't like that so much. If it was 7 or more.
I got 12, so I'm all right.
I know, and it's also locked too. When I live bet NBA, I have to be watching the game click by click because it has to. It's when you live bet football, you wait until the other team scores. You wait until there's plays, but you basically
wait for a goal to be scored. Yeah,
exactly. So you have to have your bet clicked already. Let the odds change, and so the Jazz just scored, and it's gonna change. See, this is why. Anyway, all right, let's get into this. Dallas minus 7. What's the total at? Total's at 49, 48.5. Here's the thing we saw with Dallas. I mentioned this on LJ's show last night. Micah Parsons, the Eagles found his maybe not kryptonite, but found a way to play him, and that is not to defend him. To let him show his hand, either come up and if he's going to come up and look like he's going to rush, you audible out or you run the other way. Basically, you react to him live. You don't play him or double team him or anything. You don't waste players on him. You just run away from him or call a play against him, and that only works with the mobile quarterback. Jared Goff, and we saw Bill Belichick expose this guy in the Super Bowl. He's a one-trick pony. He's a play-action pass guy. He's not a drop-back quarterback. The thing about that is I think Dallas keeps rolling. Problem is I say that when you have a 7-point when you have a touchdown favorite in the NFL, you have to have a compelling reason to take them. And even though Dallas has been good, I don't have a compelling reason for Dallas to blow out a team, especially a team that can score points, even though your defense is good. Detroit still has a bunch of weapons. So I have Dallas as a 10.5 point favorite, which I should be all over Dallas. base my index, I'm probably not betting this game. And I'm gonna start with Hammerproof because he looks so comfy.
Yeah, I would look towards fading the line and, with their overs as well. I think they're going to regress back down to earth. Not quite 50 like we talked about, but close. Yeah, I'm probably off the day. I just don't know. I mean, if anything, I kind of want to fade the Dak coming back. I mean, how effective are people coming back off surgery their first?
He's playing?
I think they said Dak's supposed to play.
Well, if he's playing, then I'm jumping all over Detroit.
Yeah,
100%.
Detroit first half because they come out a little slow, late plus 4.5 or that 5, and then. But yeah, then I could see Dave by like 10 Cowboys kind of have come back and figure it out. So probably not a contest play. Probably just gonna if my fade guy comes in.
The funny thing is that there's no capping involved in that, but how beautiful is this? This guy's on this bet, and I am off of it on the other side. It's the best.
He was 0-7 last week. He didn't, for the first time this year, he didn't bet college or pro. Everyone's texting me, even Kelly in Vegas. She's like, where is he? I'm like, I think his mom's in like a nursing home. So he's doing something with his family where he's kind of off. But he also has been trash. And I think he's like 10 for his last 40 bets. So that doesn't make you want to fire many bets when you're that trash.
Kelly from Vegas, dropping the names. LJ, you shook your head a little bit. What are you thinking about?
No, I was looking at the game right here. But
oh, you were looking at a different game. I thought you were.
We're talking about Dallas and Detroit?
Yeah.
Are you still shaking your head at the Nuggets?
No, I'm over it. Let me look at Detroit's team total because I'm going to take the under.
Really? You think they're coming back down to earth?
Yeah. And also, we all know that Jared Goff hasn't won a road game since he's been the quarterback of Detroit. So
I've heard that. I've heard that before. Yes.
We're going to continue that trend. So I'm going to take Detroit's team total under, and I'm probably going to take the Cowboys.
But he doesn't need to win it. I mean, the Cowboys could definitely not cover, and it's a touchdown. It's a touchdown. So it's like
I'll probably be on the money line. I'm probably not going to take the points. So yeah, but I'm going to take Detroit's team total under because the Cowboys only allowing 16 points. So
I feel this is the thing. I feel weird that I took Dallas 3 weeks in a row and hit them and didn't hit last week 2-1. I'll be off of them. Before that, I took Detroit 3 weeks in a row was 2-1. Yeah, this game's just an off for me. Nick, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I'm interested in Dallas at -7 at home here after the loss against the Philadelphia Eagles. I think this is a bounce back spot for them. This is a good spot for them to come out, destroy a team, shut down the Lions. I have the Lions rated as one of the worst teams in football. Sorry, Lenny, if you're watching. But I'm gonna be on the Cowboys -7 here, -110.
I see a heavy dose of running too. Detroit gives up the most rushing yards along with the Bears. So
maybe Zeke props.
Yeah,
could be because he looked like a beat. He looked good against. He was one of the only ones that looked good against. Who do you call it? The Eagles. So yeah, I'm gonna take the Cowboys here -7.
Tim, what do you think?
I want confirmation that Dak Prescott's playing. If there's confirmation, then I will be all over the Detroit Lions. If it's Cooper Rush, then I'll look towards the Cowboys. I mentioned it plenty of times saying that, hey, if it's Cooper Rush, I will continue to back this Dallas Cowboys team. Seeing that it's not going to be Cooper, if it's Dak Prescott, I'm not interested in them at all. We saw what they looked like week 1 with them. Granted, that was against the Tampa Bay defense, and Detroit's defense is nowhere near it, but they couldn't do anything. The offense didn't wake up until Cooper Rush. I think Cooper Rush is the better quarterback right now. So if it's Dak Prescott going, I'm all over Detroit.
I don't know about that. He threw 300. I mean, granted, he was always a placeholder. By the way, live update. I just took the Nuggets +7.
Why?
They're down 9 at the moment, so
I know. Well, that's why I did it. And they're also outscoring the Jazz 14-9. They're going to make a push. I mean, if it's within a bucket, if I'm getting points live in the fourth quarter with this few amount of time with NBA, granted I'm not watching it.
neither am I.
Yeah, that's a good. I think that's a profitable bet. One bucket left. Anyway, well. I didn't think this. Well, actually, it's not that interesting because what do I got here? Because I'm all over the Giants. The Giants and Jacksonville. I've converted LJ. He is no longer a Jacksonville fan. Trevor Lawrence is who he is. He's not that good. What do they call him? The
Sunshine.
No, the prince. The prince that was There's a thing they're calling him on ESPN, the prince that was prophesized or something like that. There's a term. Hammer poop. You know what I'm talking about? Have you heard this before? The prince that was promised. They're calling him the prince that was promised because he kind of looks like a prince. He kind of looks like a little boy. He also kind of looks like a caveman. But anyways, he is not that good. We've seen a lot. Name the last top, like the top 1 to 10 draft. Number 1 pick to number 10 pick quarterback that's been good. I mean, we're Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Trevor Lawrence. I mean,
they're also getting drafted to terrible teams. They're not really getting much of a chance.
That's the way the draft works. Well, Peyton Manning, I mean, played on a horrible team. Turn the team around. But anyways, point being is that he's bad. Etienne is okay. Christian Kirk is their wide receiver 1. He'd be a wide receiver 3. On any other team, he'd be a slot receiver.
That's what he was with the Cardinals before
exactly
the Jaguars paid him $80 million or whatever.
Exactly. So they were reaching, and Peterson's a good coach, but he came to a cesspool of a place to play. I mean, Jackson. I mean, I don't think they've had a sold out game ever. Maybe I'm just saying that, but you know, people in Jacksonville don't even like the Jaguars. Giants.
I wonder if they know they have a football team.
Yeah, they probably don't. Jacksonville's -3, totals at 42, well, all the way 41.5 to 42.5, depending upon what you like. I have Jacksonville as a 0.26, almost a pick 'em, and I'm getting 3 points. I'm all over the Giants. This is 100% a circle play for me. Not saying the Giants are great. Not even saying the Giants are going to the playoffs. They're not. They're still the third best team, regardless of their record. They're still the third best team in that division, but Jacksonville is crap. And you're giving me 3 points. I mean, shit, I should money line them. This is a circle play for me. I'll start right in the middle with LJ. What do you think, buddy?
Dave.
Don't you flip-flop.
I think I'm going to be on Jacksonville first.
No, you flip-flopped.
Hammer poop.
Because Giants are a second half team. They don't score in the first half. So
well, Jacksonville gives up leads in the second. I mean, I watch them versus the Commanders the first game of the season.
Okay, well, listen, I'll just get in and get out. Jacksonville first half. Just get in and get out. I think that'll be my play again. I took it last week. They cashed it. I got out. Why not again?
No, that's fine.
The Giants have shown they come back in the second half. So I'll just leave the second half up to the Giants, and I'll just take Jacksonville first half. It's -2.5. I think they can cover the 3 first half with a field goal.
That's actually showing. If it's -2.5 and the full game is 3, that's basically saying the Giants are coming back. The books are telling you the Giants are coming back.
So I mean, that'll be my safer play.
Reading the line, I mean, that's crazy. The full game's a 3, and the first half's 2.5. That's saying bet the Giants second half is going to be a look for sure there. Mm-hmm. Hammer poop, please explain why you'd ever be on Jacksonville here. I mean, give me something good.
This line, when I was looking on Sunday night or whenever, I was like, what? I thought I had to look again. Like, are you fucking kidding me? The fucking Giants are 5-1, looking good, knocking off teams like the Ravens and fucking Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, and the Jags have lost 3 straight. to the fucking Colts and like all these shitty teams, and you're gonna make them 2-4, the favorite. I don't know. Like you said, I mean, I agree with LJ for sure. I could see the Jags coming out hot and for sure blowing it, like they're known to do. Because look at their record. But the books are for sure. This I don't know about you and Circa, but Westgate left this at 3. I was thinking, oh, they'll for sure make it 2.5.
Yep.
It's 3. I don't know. That just screams that's like a fucking hard up line. It's like, man, they're taking.
I agree that the line is very strange. My explanation for that isn't statistical based. It's basically this. This is my thing. I think people, and I am too. I think the Giants are playing well above expectation. But I think the books also think that Jacksonville is playing well below expectation. And I think they're playing right at how shitty they are. That's just kind of how I'm thinking. I mean, this I have no problem with Giants. Think about this. The books are putting first half -2.5, full game -3. They're basically telling you that the Giants are going to come back in the second half. I mean that's on a platter.
You see that more in college. I see that a lot in college where they make the fave, like it'll be -3.5, and they'll even make it closer to 3 first half. They just are kind of like you said, saying that they're going to get out to a hot start. The luck factor, when you look at these luck factors, the Giants are one of the luckiest teams in the league. And I mean, the Jags, obviously, what did Lawrence fumble like 3 or 4 times at the Eagles? They might be one of the unluckiest. So I'm sure that's factored into this line. They're thinking the Giants are not going to keep getting fumbles and picks and all this stuff, like the gifts they've been given. I don't know. So this line's still mind-blowing to me. It'll really fuck with me if it goes to 3.5, even though all the tickets are on the Giants. I don't know. We'll see.
It's a very public dog, which scares me. But I'm so low on Jacksonville. I mean, I've watched Trevor Lawrence make some horrible decisions. But anyway, Tim.
Yes.
What do you think about the Giants? You're the Jets guy. We'll take the Giants guy last. Giants, Jacksonville, Jaguars.
I feel like this could be a really, really weird line. I understand why Jacksonville's favorited. I still think that the books are disrespecting the New York teams because you've been getting them at plus money every single week, and they've been winning. A lot of people will probably see the Giants 5-1 and jump all over them, and I will probably end up being on that trap as well. I'm kind of leaning Giants. They've been playing well. They had 1 loss, and that was to the Cowboys in week 3. They've been good, and it's not like they played cupcake teams. Last 2 weeks they beat Green Bay and Baltimore. Those are Green Bay is kind of shaky right now, but Baltimore is a good team. I would lean towards the Giants getting the points, especially when you get +3. I kind of lean Giants in this one. I would also lean towards an under. I think this is going to be a defensive game, a running game for both teams.
Well, it will be for the Giants for sure. Nick, this is your team. Let's hear it.
Staying completely the hell off. I think this line is super sus, honestly. But even though I did power index this around 2.5, 3 for the Jaguars because they're at home and my numbers have them about even. So I do think the Giants should be able to move up a little bit in the power rankings the next few weeks, which would make them a little bit bigger of a favorite in this spot. But I'll watch this game as a fan. I don't need to bet this. This is a line that has me very suspicious, but also I see no value in it, so I see no need to attack this game. So this was a pass for me.
All right. Colts, Titans. Titans are 6.5 point favorites, or 6, depending upon what you like. 47 to 47.5.
Another 2.5.
Wait a minute. I'm looking at the Atlanta game. You're right.
Yep.
It's when I minimize the screen, it jars the shit. You're right.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let's back up. Colts Titans. Titans are 2.5-point favorites. Juiced. A lot of books juiced. It looks like it's going to be pushed up to 3, and then 42.5 is the total. I've got, what do I have them at? I've got Tennessee as 2.18-point favorites index, which means that I'm off of this game. I was on the Colts last week. Division game, probably an under, obviously, because we talked about division unders. But I don't have a bet in this game as of yet. And we'll start with Nick. What do you think?
I think Colts in the under. Probably just money line the Colts at plus 122. I have this game at Colts -0.5. So I have them as slight favorites. Obviously, slight pick 'em favorites. So they should be more like, I think that number is kind of suggesting more like the -115 range rather than plus one. What was it? Plus 122. I've got on mine here. So I'm going to take that and probably the under 42.5 as well, because I'm just going to target divisional unders. And when these two teams played last time, it was a 24-17 game. I could see 24-17 Colts, something along those lines. So I'm going to take the Colts money line and the under 42. And if Tim agrees with me, the Colts will probably make it on our circuit card.
All right. Well, Tim, do you agree with him?
Yeah, I'll be on the Colts. We finally saw offense from the Colts last week.
Yep.
That's all it is. We finally saw it, and I think we'll see more of it. Matt Ryan, I mean, he had a good game. He did what he needed to.
Fucking time.
Yeah. And we're still not high on Tennessee.
No.
I still don't think Tennessee's a good team. They're 3-2, cool. The thing that's separating these two teams right now is a tie. Or is the Colts tying and Tennessee has had their bye week. I think this is where Indianapolis goes in front of them, takes over the division, and doesn't let it go. Because we're about this is the 7th game now. If they can't beat them now, they're not gonna win the division. They're not gonna be able to do anything later down the line. This is the biggest game for the Colts season, I'm gonna call it, because this will. If you lose 2 to the Tennessee Titans, there goes any tiebreakers you need.
Yep.
So I'm going Colts with this one. I think this is we finally saw enough from them. I'm going to keep riding them.
Hammer poop.
Yeah, this is probably the second most game that first only the rank.
You sound like you're underwater and you're skipping out every.
Okay, it's not just me. Okay.
Yeah.
No, who is that?
No, it's your mic, Nick, and it's also him too. He's skipping out, and it's also
mine.
Yeah, there. That's better.
Yeah.
Is that better? Yeah.
Yep.
I'm running for the hills on this one. I don't trust Matt Ryan. I don't trust Tannehill and that defense. I mean, obviously, I lean road division dogs, but not going to be in the contest unless my partner has some conviction. I know Tennessee's pretty good with Vrabel off 8 or more days rest, but I still can see a letdown. So,
LJ, what are your thoughts? Colts, Titans.
I'm on the Titans first half. They're 4-1 so far on the season. Colts are 0-6 in the first half. And Derrick Henry owns the Colts. He's averaging 112 yards in the last 8 games. So I will be on Derrick Henry's prop, rush yards. It's not out yet, so I don't know exactly what the number is, but I will be on it as soon as it come out. But my official play is the Titans first half, and I think it's -1. So, yeah, that's my official play. Titans first half -1.
All right. Well,
strong.
Then let's hope the Titans blow a second half lead.
They usually do, because they're dead last in scoring in the second half. So
yeah,
that's
they're
pretty much
beautiful. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah,
they're sorry that they're at that whole division. Sorry. All right, on to the next
Super Bowl. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, give me a break. Falcons and the Bengals. Now, this is what kills me. Everyone's so high on the Bengals. I look at the indexes. They love them. I know they covered by – I watched Fade U's podcast, and everyone was saying they were all over the Bengals, and it was and with 2 minutes to go, that Jamar Chase 75 or 60 yard, whatever it was, that TD saved everyone. They could have lost that game. I'm 6.5 point favorites versus Atlanta. I think this is a game where the books are telling you something, because Atlanta's been a bet on team, and they're still, Cincinnati's still 6.5 point favorite. I have Cincinnati as a 6.5 point favorite on the dot with the indexes, but I don't necessarily agree. I need to look into how these teams match up in different perspectives, but man, I'm not high on Cincinnati, and I'm super high on the Falcons. And I'll since I mentioned Fade U, let's start with Chris, because tell me what the guys were saying.
Yeah, a lot of those guys were high on Saints coming in. I have a friendly bet with a guy that the Saints won't make the playoffs on a nice golf course. The loser has to pay a nice golf round. So
Torrey Pines.
Yeah, there's a nice one down in Temecula called Journey at Pachanga. It's on the.
Well, I know. I know Pachanga like the back of my hand. I'll give you. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to go there anymore. But anyways.
Oh, wow.
And it's not for what you guys think. I'll let you in on a secret off camera, just because I don't want for my pocket's sake, for my semi livelihood. I'll tell you later. But anyways, that it is a very nice course, by the way. I know that.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I know Kmart, our other Fade U buddy, he kind of leans Cincy also, but he always likes to kind of fade this trend. I was on Falcons last week. I didn't mind that they're 5-0 against the spread. I still thought that was a huge letdown spot for the Niners, so that was an easy one. But I lean Falcons, but I think their run game can kind of have some success, just like the Saints did against Cincy last week. But I don't know if I'm really wanting to. I just don't know, because I could see the Bengals kind of handling business and the Falcons coming back down to earth. So no real, probably not going to make the contest, and haven't bet it yet.
Tim, any thoughts?
This one was Falcons Bengals. Probably lean towards the Falcons. They've covered in every single game. Not enough for me to want to really get to it. I'm just not super high on the Falcons in general. And the Bengals they're run of the mill right now. They're middle of the pack, and I don't really see them going anywhere further. This one's just a complete stay away from me. And I'm so happy I bet the Nuggets plus 12 so that they can lose by 21. Fantastic start. All right, grab the Nuggets against the Warriors when they're 12-point dogs, because everybody's going to see this performance and be like, yeah, nope.
Money line them.
I might, but ugly performance from them tonight. Anyways, sorry. Lean towards the Falcons, but I'm not betting it.
Nick, do you agree?
This Falcons team has pissed me off this year, because I think I've been against them every week, and I'm just a sick fuck that doesn't learn to stop fading this team. That being said, I'm probably going to be on the Bengals this week, because my numbers absolutely hate the Falcons, and I can never seem to get on their side. And it's the same thing this week. I have the Bengals as a double-digit favorite in this game, and you're laying less than a touchdown with them. Eventually, they're not going to cover. Like, they're not going to go undefeated ATS this year, but this is Bengals or nothing for me. That's just the way it is for me. I'll probably bet the Bengals, just because I'm a sucker for punishment and continue to fade this team that should fall off. They're not a good team. I have them power ranked as one of the worst teams in football still, but they're just bullshit covering spreads. I think the Bengals first half is probably the best look in this game, because the Falcons are a team that's 6-0 ATS, but they're 2-3-1 in the first half, I think. something along those lines. So maybe taking the Bengals first half is a look in this game, but it's Bengals for me.
LJ, Bengals, Falcons. What do you like?
Before I get to that game,
Okay.
Jokic is the reigning MVP, and he only had 4 rebounds, bro.
Yeah, no.
4 rebounds, Nick. 4 rebounds, bro. Okay.
How many rebounds?
4 rebounds, bro.
I know. I had his triple double prop too. So yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. That's enough of that. 40. Oh, what are we on? Falcons and Bengals. I'm not. No, nothing really stands out in this game to me. Falcons have covered every game, so that would be a bet. You can automatic bet, but I will be on Joe Burrow's pass completion prop because the Falcons are second last in giving up pass completions on the defensive side of the ball. They gave up 25 to Tom Brady last week, so I'm pretty sure Joe Burrow can get 25. So I will be on that, but I'm not on any side on this game. I'm not really interested in it. I'm not high on any of these teams. Bengals defense is good, as we mentioned yesterday, Dave. They haven't given up a second half touchdown all year. So
That's right.
They're playing outstanding on defense.
What's the Chiefs' first half? Or the Chiefs? I'm typing in a different game right now. What's the Bengals' first half numbers?
-3.
No, like you have like they're
their record?
Yeah,
They're 2-3-1, just like the Falcons. 2-3-1. They're both tied. So
gotcha.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Joe Burrow pass completion prop is what I'm on.
All right. Well, let's move on to the Cleveland Browns and the Baltimore Ravens, and two teams were high on them. Two teams that actually have been under expectation. I think it's done for the Browns. I think Baltimore has had some weird things happen, like a couple bad decisions by Lamar, a bad decision by Harbaugh to go for it in 4th down on the 1 yard line. 6.5. Oh, they're not. Are they 6.5 point favorites? They are. Baltimore's 6.5 point favorites. 45.5 is the total. I have Baltimore as 7.89 point favorites on the index. Problem is I can't trust Baltimore, even though it's the Browns. I mean, we've watched them. I mean, we watched Miami put up 28 on them. They're a stay off team for me until I see something different. I think they win the game. Obviously, they have to win the game. But Tim, what do you think? Any thoughts?
I would be on the Baltimore side if I had to go after a side. But it's the 6.5. It's the public looking at it. Oh, the Ravens only have to win by a touchdown. That kind of number. Although I do think the Ravens are the better team clearly in this one. I would also lean towards an under just because divisional stuff is always looks towards unders. And this one could easily be a 24-20 game and it just go under the total. But I really have no real interest in it would have to be towards the Ravens, if anything. But I'm still got to look through these games again to really see if I want to go after a bunch of these.
Chris, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with them on the under. Obviously, we discussed those division unders. Last year they played, I guess you kind of can compare last year's, but last year they played 16-10 and I think 24-20. So obviously close games, just like it usually is in the AFC North. And yeah, I don't know what to do with these Browns because I kind of thought they might punch the Patriots in the face last week, and they got absolutely manhandled. So I don't know what to do with this. Another one where, the second half team. I mean, the Ravens just let people back in games. I mean, if they're up 20-10 with 15 minutes left, they could end up winning, 2017 or losing, and then there goes your cover again, like last week and last few weeks. So I don't know.
LJ, what do you think about the the Browns and the Ravens? I think both teams we were a little higher on than most people.
One thing has been consistent with the Ravens, man. First half, they're 6-0. So I'm gonna stay on them. -3.5 first half. Why not? But they give up the lead in the second half, so I'm just gonna get in and get out. And the Browns have been known to come back, So, and I will probably be on the under because this is a divisional game. So I'm gonna probably jump on that trend as well. And I'm also probably gonna go back to the well on my Mark Andrews prop over 5.5 receptions because he cashes it every week for me. So those probably going to be my 3 plays right there. But officially will be the first half -3.5 for the Ravens because they're 6-0 in the first half.
That's not bad. Nick.
I'm on the same page here. Divisional under. That's the only play I've locked in for this game. I don't mind the first half -3.5 because we've seen what the Ravens do. I think I saw a stat that up until last week they were through 4 games they were 2-2 and they trailed for all of 12 seconds in all 4 of those games. Like they're a team that just leads for most of the game and then blows at the end. They're starting to feel like the Vancouver Canucks of the NHL or of the NFL because the Canucks have blown 4 games with multi-goal leads, and the Ravens continue to blow leads every game. Or I can start approaching Baltimore Ravens games like I did with the Hamilton Tiger Cats in the CFL, where they were a 30-minute team. You only bet them in the first half. You never take them full game. So I think I might get involved with that Ravens first half bet. I've already locked in one first half bet. I haven't bet first half much this year, but I've already locked in the Bengals first half -3.5. I might do it with the Ravens as well, but I like the under 45.5 for this game.
Well, sweet. It's just I'm off that game completely. All right, next one, which to me is super. Let's knock this over. Super interesting is Tampa Bay, Carolina. Carolina, the 3rd string quarterback. I mean, PJ Walker still is it PJ Walker on Miami? Who's PJ Walker is on Miami, right?
No,
PJ Walker's on Carolina.
Yeah, Skylar Thompson is Miami.
Yeah. It was both 3rd string quarterbacks. Anyway, lines at, Tampa Bay's laying 11 points, and the over under is at 40. How can't we bet? And by the way, the Bucks have been shit covering. How are we not betting the Panthers? Again, I watch Fade You. I watch you guys talk about this. Do we like pain, Chris? Do we want a painful bet here? I mean, it almost seems like a gimme. I have what do I have Tampa Bay? I have Tampa Bay as wait a minute. I did this wrong. Let me do a quick little I had that upside down. Give me a second. This might make or break it. So we got 11.91 plus 11.59 plus 10.47 divided by 3 minus 2.5. I have the Bucks as 8.82 favorites. I think I might be on Carolina. Tell me why I shouldn't be.
No.
Chris.
I would lean Carolina.
You're next.
Oh, sorry.
I think the only reason you might not is because, I think our one buddy who hosts the show says, are they a dead team? Are they, they're talking about trading McCaffrey. Are they just kind of, I don't like to use the word tank, especially in the NFL. I think maybe more in the NBA they do that. But in the NFL, they can come out and play tough. I don't know. I mean, I was on the Steelers last week and plus the 8, and that they just never even scored a touchdown until the end of the game. They just sucked in the red zone. So I don't know. I mean, home division dog, but like you guys just said, I mean, PJ, what is PJ Walker gonna do? Score 10 points max?
No, he's awful. I had the field goal kickers prop over 2.5. They got it, or over 1.5. They got it in field goal range one time the entire game in the first quarter. It was bad. But Tim, go ahead. You had thoughts on this game.
It's a divisional home dog. I would kind of lean towards Carolina. I know that sounds really gross, but if you look at it, what has Tampa showed us this year that would want us to lay 11 points on them? How about losing to Pittsburgh? Oh, yep, that'll do it. How about not covering versus Atlanta? Yeah, that'll do it. Losing outright to Kansas City's fine. Losing to Green Bay, that's had problems. They barely beat the New Orleans Saints. They didn't score until the second half. Dallas, whatever, week one, whatever with that came. This Tampa Bay team has proved nothing to me to want to back them. Carolina, they haven't covered, and they've covered once this year, and that's when they beat the Saints. But that's why it's an ugly play. I would lean towards Carolina plus the points. I don't think Tampa Bay covers. I think 11 points is just too many. That's just me.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's almost a circa bet. That's crazy. LJ, what do you think?
I'm leaning towards y'all, but I'm not going to trust the full game. I'm a first half guy, so I'm going to do Carolina plus 7 first half because the Bucks start off slow. They've lost 4 straight first halves, the Bucks, and I think Carolina can stay with them first half. I think this is a 3-3, 6-3 game in the first half, so I'm going to trust Carolina can stay with these Bucks, man. Tom Brady, they've been struggling, bro. Really, really struggling. They can't run the ball. They're horrible in the red zone. And the field goal kickers are probably going to have a good day. So you probably could take over 1.5 field goals for both kickers in this game. But definitely first half plus 7 is looking too good for me on Carolina's side right now. So
I think Carolina with PJ Walker might be the second worst team in football, behind the Bears. Might be the worst. But we've watched these Bucs teams not cover. This is the thing. This game could get out big, like we saw with, was it the Falcons? It was with the Falcons. They got out big, and then they just didn't care about whether the Falcons scored in the fourth quarter. I see backdoor all over this. Nick, go ahead.
I know one thing I'm not going to do in this game. I sure as fuck ain't going to lay 11 points with the Buccaneers on the road. Nevertheless, I think I know at least one play I'm going to get to in this one here. And that's under 40.5. PJ Walker and that offense is not going to do anything. And Tom Brady is washed this year a little bit. That offense does not look good. I think Brady misses his butt buddy Gronkowski a little bit.
But those guys, you wash your mouth out with soap.
No, he's right. Butt buddy with Gronk. Yep, 100%.
Yeah, I know you. Okay, you guys are New York guys, so you don't like him. I will say this:
I can care less about Tom Brady.
Gronkowski, and Brady have when their things they do on YouTube. It is the best, most entertaining stuff. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I stand behind what I said. No, but I think under 40.5 is probably going to make my card, and I'm actually going to lock that in now. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lock in under 40.5 right here on the show. So there we go, under 40.5 for me, and I'm heavily leaning towards the Panthers as well.
Yeah, it's a Panthers bet for sure.
Under 40.5 minus 115.
All right. I like that game. I'm surprised if you told me Tampa Bay, Carolina, that I'd be interested in that game. I think you're crazy, but here's another crazy game. What just happened? All right. We've got the Green Bay Packers at the Washington Commanders, and the Packers are only 4.5-point favorites. What is the world turning backwards? I mean, 41.5 is the total. I mean, is Wentz is out, right? He's done. He's donezo.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's an improvement.
So is Heineke the quarterback? Heineke's the quarterback,
Heineke's
right?
the quarterback,
And Heineke was a guy that was a starter.
And just to let you know, Sam Howell is going to be the backup for Heineke.
Ooh, Sam Howell, the Tar Heel. Okay.
Yep, I know that name, but. Well, let's hope there's not concussion protocol or some stupid thing. But Tim Heineke was the guy I went to school with. It's Tyler Heineke. Is his first name?
Taylor
Yeah, I don't
Heineke?
remember.
Taylor Heineke.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
Anyway, he was a starter there, and
Yeah.
Green Bay is kind of reeling. I have Green Bay as 3.89 point favorite, so I'm probably off this game, but Washington strangely looks like a good look here, and I don't know why. Totally a gut feeling, and the reason why I'm going to go to Chris first because this is poop all over it. I'm going to say right now before he comes on, I bet he's considering the Commanders for the contest
Again.
Oh, 100%. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, you're getting an upgrade at quarterback, in my opinion. So,
Yeah.
I mean, a guy that can actually move and probably won't hold it as long and get fucking minus 15 fucking yards every time. I don't know.
Diarrhea Brain Wentz. That's his nickname.
Oh, dude, they've fucked us. We're 21-9 in the contest, and 3 of those losses are the Commanders. Think about if we were so fucking stubborn. But
You'd almost win the thing if you didn't bet the Commanders.
yeah, we're 3.5 back of the leader, so we're gonna catch that fuck. But I think it's 5 or 5.5 in the contest. So that means maybe you said you're seeing 4.5, so maybe they got a nice chunk of change on the Joe. What up?
Yeah, Joe Madden in the house. Big name. Joe, thanks for coming on. We love you. By the way, go watch her hockey stuff. Yeah, the Packers suck. Go watch her hockey stuff. I retweet it every single day. She's lights out in NHL. But go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think they can hang. Yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, a lot of people were on the Jets last week, and the reasoning was what warrants this Packers team to be laying over a touchdown to any team. And again, you could say, why are they minus 4 or 5 on the road too? The Commanders are pretty scrappy. I mean, they very well could have won that game against Tennessee and have a better record, but now they got a new Heineke, and then a lot of people are calling for is it a rookie? What's the guy? Is it from the stud, other backup quarterback they have?
He's from UNC.
Yeah,
Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Howell. So
He was supposed to be a first-round pick heading into last year.
He was a dude.
Sucked
He was a
last
dude.
year.
Yeah, he was a dude in the beginning of his college career.
His stock dropped because of last season.
Yeah, fell off the face of the planet for sure.
Yeah.
So they got a steal with Sam Howell. I truly believe that.
Yeah. All right. Well,
holy moly, that guy thinks the Panthers are going to score 27. Holy shit.
Sheesh.
I don't know. I had Eddie Piñeiro's.
What fucking teams are you watching?
I had Eddie Piñeiro's field goal. They only got within field goal range once. They almost did it twice. They're bad, but I don't even think it matters. I think the under's a good look, and 11. I mean, I don't know, dude.
I guess Nathan's hammering the over.
Yeah, Tim, what do you think?
This one.
We're
Washington.
talking about the Buccaneers and the
Yes,
Carolina
yes.
Panthers.
Yes.
No,
Sorry.
we're not.
We're talking about the Blackhawks and the Wild and how the Blackhawks are going to beat them.
Well, yeah, duh. No, I would have
a
to.
Wild.
Yeah, go wild. Go Wild.
I don't know.
It's a Wild.
I have nothing involving in this game. I mean, the Packers have to get it right eventually, right?
No.
But no, it's just not something I want to go after. I want to see if Aaron Rodgers can not yell at his receivers on the sideline. No, the Packers just lost to both New York teams. No, thank you.
They did. I didn't even realize that. Both of them.
2 weeks in a row.
That's embarrassing.
Oh, wait, hold a minute. That's my. I mean, the Jets are.
Yeah,
good.
those are their teams, but whatever. I mean, neither. I would be surprised if either of those teams made the playoffs.
Jets defense is solid, bro. I watched that full game, bro. Their defense.
I like the Jets better than like the Giants, by the way.
Man.
But LJ, what do you think about Aaron Rodgers versus Heineke?
I'm taking first half under 20.5, bro. Because these teams can't score the ball. So I think both these quarterbacks are going to be on their ass. And And if you can bet punts, you need to take Tress Way for the Commanders because he punts the ball 5+ times a game. So that's an automatic bet right there.
It's sad it's sad the state of that team when we know the punter by his name.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
any book that you can bet punts, take
the Broncos
that prop.
punter MVP. God, that guy works more.
Take it. I'm telling you, take it. But I'm interested to see Heineke because he played well in that playoff game versus Tampa Bay a couple years ago.
I'm surprised we're not talking about him. I mean, he's not a starting quarterback, but of the backups, he's got to be one of the better backups in the NFL.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I agree.
And we're not talking about we don't. I mean, they don't really have a deep threat. We're talking about a team that's a run first defensive team. I mean, he's perfectly fine. I mean, he might be an upgrade from diarrhea brain for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Anyway, all right, Nick, you're last.
Fuck them points. Give me the outright win for the Commanders here. Plus 180.
I love when Earl does that. Pull his cock out. Let's go.
Boom! Plus 180. Outright. What are the Packers doing to deserve to be 5-point favorites and then 5.5? That's that magic dog number 2. We've mentioned that before. Plus 180 for the Commanders outright. I think this is a huge upgrade with Heineke over Carson Wentz. And I am not trusting this Packers team to lay anything right now. I think it says a lot when I had this game at Green Bay minus like 3. Like I had this game at like a 3. So this is definitely not a spot where I trust Green Bay at all, especially laying points on the road. Fuck that. Give me the money line here at the Commanders. Plus 180. Absolute joke that they're still this big of a favorite just because of the Aaron Rodgers name.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I'm this is a question mark for me. Very interesting. This next game is also very interesting to me, not because of the teams, just because of where the line's at. And let me pull up the odds real quick. The Jets and the Broncos. The Broncos are 1-point favorites, and the total is at 38.5. Wowzers. Here's the deal. The index is like the Broncos as 5-point favorites. Wow, was that The Exorcist?
I had no clue where that just came from. That was it sounded
We
like
just saw it here, guys. We need a priest.
I
sounded like a hockey game.
It sounded like a basketball game, but
it's on your side because when you silence it,
it was 100% on me. I just couldn't figure out where it was coming from.
Here's the deal. Two teams, regardless of the coach, two teams that have been on opposite sides. The Jets are way overperforming. The Broncos are way underperforming. How do the indexes have? I mean, this is the most. There's not a lot of point of line value. The lines are very close this week. This is the one game where I'm getting 4 points of line value based on an index, and I'm scared to take it. Denver at home. I mean, I honestly think. I mean, this is. I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts? Let's start with Tim. You're a Jets fan. I know you're probably on the Jets, but when Nick comes up, I want to hear what his index is. But we'll start with you.
I wish I bet this earlier when it was a 4.5 at open. Now it's down to a 1.
Yeah.
I don't think I can get to this game anymore. I would still lean Jets. I still think they win this game. Right now, I think that the Jets are better than the Broncos. I'm not high on the Broncos this year. Russell Wilson has done jack shit. He's not doing anything. It's amazing. He goes away from Pete Carroll. He goes away from solid receivers in Metcalf and Lockett, and he's got nothing. And
their defense is kept up. Their defense is kept up. He's a defensive-minded coach. They've kept up. I mean,
when it comes to it, I think that right now the Jets are the better team. And the line kind of shows that, considering that they're only a 1-point dog on the road.
Well, here's my question. Are there injuries? Like, I know the lines come down, but with how the Jets have been performing and how the Broncos have been performing, why is this line where it's at? I mean, that's why.
I honestly don't really know. I don't really think. I mean, the Jets don't really have many significant injuries. Are the Broncos missing somebody?
I haven't looked at the injury report,
Melvin
but
Gordon's questionable.
well,
Russell
they're not running. He's not.
Wilson's
You
got a
you watch that whole thing. He's pissed they're not giving him the ball. I mean, it's because he fumbles too much. But I don't think there's any injuries. I think this line just dropped because someone
Recency bias.
hammered the fuck out of the Jets. That's what I think.
Isn't Russell Wilson dealing with a few ailments?
Yeah, hamstring thing. Yeah, that's what.
Who's their backup quarter? That's a good thing to look at. Who is the Bronco?
It's that guy, the Ripken guy.
Ripken.
Remember? The nephew of Ripken.
Again.
Remember? We saw that.
Oh yeah, the nephew of the famous Chiefs Super Bowl winner, not Chiefs, Redskins. That was double prejudice of me. I thought of one Indian team and I thought of the wrong name. I'm a big freaking prejudice racist. What do you know? Poop
Canceled.
Poop.
You're immediately canceled.
This is the poop play of the week probably.
Yeah.
What are you on?
It's one in the contest. I agree with you. I mean, I've been on the Broncos twice, and I am escaped victory both times. I don't know how they fucking beat the Niners. I don't know how.
Agreed.
They looked great against the Chargers first half. I mean, they're a touchdown away from being 17 points in the first half. That fucking offense was humming. But the Chargers D isn't that good. And then they just laid an egg in the second half. I don't know. This team is so weird. They can get down the field 80 yards. They'll go 80 yards in 2 fucking minutes and then kick a field goal and just stop. So I don't know. I lean, especially if the Jets, like you said, I mean, talk about sell high. You cannot sell any higher right now than this Jets team. And if they become a public dog, that's when you want to jump off them. But I just don't know. I love the Denver D, though. I mean, they're allowing, 12, 16 points a game. They're really good.
Real quick, did anybody live bet the Phoenix Suns? They're only down 3 now.
Nope.
Yikes.
I did not.
Go look at that. LJ, what do you think about the Jets and the Broncos?
I think I'm on the under, bro, because I love the Jets defense. I don't see Russell Wilson doing anything, and I do mean anything on this defense, man. The defensive line is savages. They're going to get after him. I don't think if he had trouble against the Chargers defensive line, he's going to have major issues with the Jets defensive line, bro. They're not going to be able to run the ball. Melvin Gordon, I don't even know if he's going to play because he was on the sidelines crying against the Chargers. So, but Zach Wilson, he can't throw the ball because Denver's defense is great, pass defense. So I see another field goal kicking game here. McManus over 1.5, and whoever the field goal kicker of the Jets is over 1.5. This is what I see, man. I see a very low-scoring game unless the defenses can cause turnovers and score or get the offenses in positions in the red zone or wherever, a great field position. But other than that, I don't see either of these teams going down the field on these defenses at all. That's just my opinion on this game.
Yeah, very interesting game. I have a big question mark. I'm leaning towards Dallas even as a circa pick.
Dallas,
not Dallas, Denver D team. I'm looking at. I can't read my writing. But man, oh man, it's gonna be a game time decision. It's gonna be a Saturday at 12 noon decision. Anyway, let's get to the next game. What do we got? What is the next game on the list? Scroll down. All right.
I guess my thoughts don't matter.
I'm sorry.
I'm chopped liver. It's fine.
Fucking moneyline cock. Get his opinion.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, moneyline cock. I'm sorry. I thought you went. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No. I know I haven't
got. All right, on to the next game.
I haven't been.
Come on, Nick. Whip out your dick and Yeah, none of us can do that besides you, Dave. So
What?
None of us can do that besides you.
You ruined it. Okay, go ahead.
I know I have.
You're not on the outside edge. You can't do it. Yeah.
No.
Anyway.
I haven't been able to say the 4 magic words. Broncos country, let's ride.
Oh,
Fuck
Jesus
you.
Christ.
I'm going to take the Broncos here. This is a ultimate sell high, buy low spot. Everybody's super low on the Broncos, and everybody can't get enough of the New York Jets. Now they're heading 2 Mile High, which that's a huge home field advantage. That's one of the biggest home field advantages in football, I think, is having to go to that Mile High air. So I'm going to take the Broncos at this extremely cheap price tag when I have them as 6-point favorites in this game.
Yeah.
So I see massive value with them. This is probably one of my best bets of the week, to be completely honest.
I can't believe I skipped you because you're the guy that indexes too. Yeah, that's horrible.
I'm all over the Broncos in this spot. I absolutely love them this week.
Chris, what were you saying?
You said you were gonna get to his index, and then
I did. I got too many screens up. I'm sorry. I wonder. I mean, what's going on with this line drop? What's going on with this spread? It's
public money coming in on the Jets that they can't get enough of because they've won the last few games.
And I'm high on the Jets.
Take Denver at a cheap price. I'll take them at -117 here all day.
I'm high on. I'm with LJ. We talked about it last night. I mean, I'm high on the coach. I'm high I'm high on everything about the Jets, but the
Jets are not going to win 4 straight road games. This is the first time they won 3 straight since Mark Sanchez.
That's actually a really good point. Since Mark Sanchez.
This would be their 4th straight road win.
Dirty Sanchez, USC's proud tradition. Fight on. Jesus Christ. I don't know. It's still a question mark, but I'm leaning towards that being a pick, like an actual like.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to do anything with this pick other than bet it myself because I know I will never get Tim to agree on that for a contest pick or to put up.
Not the way the Jets are playing right now. No, not with the way the defense is playing and how they will probably stop Russell Wilson better than they stopped Aaron Rodgers. I don't see it. I don't see it.
The thing is
all I know is there's no way in hell I'm taking a pick 'em price with the Jets.
By the Chris made a good point. Denver's defense isn't that bad either.
Yeah, no, Denver's defense is going to shut down Zach Wilson. I think the Jets team total under could be a decent look.
Chris, go ahead. You're saying some good shit.
I was just saying they fucking held up Herbert big time, and that's supposed to be one of the high-powered offense. Obviously, they didn't have Allen, still missing some key. But Wilson, I mean, what do you have, 100 yards against the Packers? It was really all their D and their special teams. So
talk about luck. Yeah, it's the special teams touchdowns and defensive touchdowns.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll move on to another game. The Raiders are laying 7 points against LJ's Texans. The total was opened at 43.5. It's now 45.5. Why? I don't know. Why would it? I mean, I guess if the over's jumping, you're on the Raiders, but I mean, I'm off this game. I have the Raiders as a 6.73 point favorite, which is right at what it should be. There has been value with the Texans. I don't think there is in this game. But we'll start with LJ. I mean, what do you think?
I'm definitely on Josh Jacobs rushing prop because the Texans give up 164 yards on the ground, which is 3rd last in the NFL. But as far as the side, what Texans +7? I think I'm on that because they're a good cover team. And I jumped off of them against the Jaguars, which was a bad idea. So I think I'm going to jump back on them. Raiders are allowing 26 points on defense. Granted, the Texans really can't score 26 points consistently, but they have a good pass defense, and I think that Derek Carr will have trouble, completing passes. Now, like I just mentioned, Josh Jacobs will be able to run the ball. Now, can they score? I don't know, because the Raiders are horrible in the red zone. 5 of 12, the last 3 games, so they're probably going to kick field goals to create scoring opportunities. So I'm not sure about the +7. I'm going to wake up Sunday morning and probably bet it. That's a 4 o'clock game, so that's an evening game. So I'm going to have time to think about it. But I'm definitely going to be on Josh Jacobs rushing prop for sure. But I'm leaning towards +7 Texans because they are a good cover team, and I don't see the Raiders covering 7 points. They're not.
I'd love to be on it if my index was a little bit different. I put a question mark next. This is why most of the other two indexes had them as 2 and 3 point favorites. One of them has them as an 8 point favorite. So I always put a question mark when one of the indexes is skewed. I'm going to put a double question mark and a dotted line around maybe Houston. I'm really low on the Raiders. Everyone was really high on them. Granted, I had to pick up Carr. I have Josh Allen as my fantasy quarterback. I had to pick up Derek Carr, who can't believe he was on waivers, but I got him. So maybe I won't bet this, but either way. Nick, what do you think? What are you saying?
Quick question.
Yeah.
For you, everyone, what do you guys make the line? Raiders, Giants play tomorrow on a neutral field. What's the line?
Raiders, Giants?
Do you want me to? I have to do some math. Do you want me to do the math? I mean, it would take me about 2 minutes.
Raiders -4.
I can't. Well, you're looking at one index. I averaged 3 of them. So here's the deal. I'll send that to you. I'll index that, but I can't do it right now.
I just was seeing what you guys think. That's what Vegas. I was listening to John Murray at Westgate. They're saying so. That's crazy. You think a 1-4 team would be favored over a 5-1 team? That's why it's so crazy. That just perception.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's amazing.
I'll look to see. I mean, I will. I'll send you that. But I mean, but here's the deal. Like, if you honestly are saying who's a better team, regardless of past results, right now, you have to say that it's at least a pick 'em. At least a pick 'em. Probably the Raiders are a better team. I mean, just not off performance. I think I take this with a grain of salt, but I think both New York teams have kind of caught lightning in a bottle a little bit. And I actually don't think Tim or Nick would disagree. I think that they also are better than people thought. They are better than people thought, but I don't think that they're this much better. No one thought that Green Bay was going to lose to the Jets. There's no way in hell. But anyway, that's a good point. But where were we at? We're at Nick. We were.
Yeah.
OJ was the only one that went. Nick, go ahead.
Just because the Raiders are favored doesn't mean they're the better team either. Yeah, but it's all.
No, I understand that, but your question was basically is who's a better team? The Raiders, I think, are a better team, not by a lot, but
I have the Raiders as a 9-point favorite in this game against the Texans, so it's a lean towards them. I don't know if I'll get involved with that, but that would be my lean for this game is the Raiders laying the touchdown at home. I'm not a huge fan of the Raiders, though, and I don't know if I can trust them laying this price.
Chris, do you have thoughts in this game, though, after that question?
A little bit. I mean, I was on the Raiders again for the contest +7 against the Chiefs. They took care of me, played tough, ended up covering. Like I said earlier, I was on the Cardinals when they backdoored the Raiders. I am not like LJ said. I do not trust the Raiders land this many. I mean, historically, last few years they've been really bad as a fave, especially of like 6 or more. So I'd lean the Houston side, but like Big Cock Earl said, I don't know if I'm going to get the window for it. I just think I might be stay away. Unfamiliar territory for both teams. Not a division game, but it could be like Earl says, the parlay. Everyone put them in your parlay, tease them down, and then Texans shock the world.
No, we're not. No, this is not that show. We're not a parlay teaser or pleaser. I'll take the stupid dog shit parlay as a joke, but I'm not giving out. We're not giving out any parlay teasing.
No. We don't say parlays. We're saying the public is going to put the Raiders money on their parlay.
It could be,
and then that's called the slaughter game. It's the game that everybody has. Oh, so and so as a 7-point favorite. We're going to take their money line, throw it on a parlay to take it from a 3-legger to a 4-legger, have it a little bit more of a payout, and then that's the game that.
And then Vegas wins by 2 touchdowns. Yeah,
and then Vegas wins. Yeah, exactly.
But you're up. You're up. The other Big Cock Earl. Go ahead.
I have zero interest in this game. Yeah, these are two teams that
He just went from big cock Earl to tiny pecker.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I love pecker is totally an East Coast word, but I love it.
I have no interest in going after this one. It just, I don't know. Vegas should be the better team. They should be winning some games, but they're just not the team I thought they were going to be. I was one of the ones. I'll say I was high on them coming into.
You were high on the.
I said 7-1 for them to win the division. That's obviously not going to happen. But I also am not going to lock up futures of what was it, Kansas City at even money or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do something like that. So this one's a complete pass for me. I have no interest in it.
Cool. Well, we'll move on to, why does this keep doing this? We have 3 more games, 3 interesting games. The 9. Oh, wait a minute. I'm way down there. That's not true. Why did that do that? See, this is why I'm a bad producer. We actually have 4 more. I know I'm horrible. We have 4 more games. Kansas City Chiefs, San Francisco 49ers. We've got the Chiefs as 2.5-point favorites, up from 2 points. They went up. The line went up half a point, and 48.5 is the total. I have Kansas City as 1.63 favorites. Here's kind of the funky thing. Even though the Chiefs lost against the Bills, I think it kind of showed. Even the Bills balled out, and the Chiefs had and Mahomes had a bad game, and it was still a 4-point game. I still think the AFC technically runs through Kansas City, even though the Bills are the best team. I think with the experience, Bills better get home field advantage. That's all I got to say. But why are the Niners, who are 3-3, only 2.5-point dogs, even though they're at home, versus a team that's supposed to be superior to them, with Garoppolo and all those issues? And I'll start with Nick, but I don't have a play in this game. I might by game time. It's not going to be a circa pick, but I think the Niners can compete in this game. Strangely, style of play is a big thing here. If the Niners have one of the best pass defenses, and this best defense is one of the best pass defenses, and we saw how. I don't know. I think this game is. We saw them in the Super Bowl. They were winning, and basically there are a lot of the same players from that Super Bowl more on the Niners than are on the Chiefs, and the Chiefs had to have this miraculous comeback to beat them. I think this is a hard-fought game, probably an under, but we'll see. We'll start with Tim. Go the other way.
Yeah, I feel like it's a weird line. I could easily. I'm not going to say easily. I think the Niners could win this game outright. The fact that the Chiefs are only 2.5-point favorites against a Niners team that I'm not too particularly high on. I don't know. This just seems like a very weird spot for me. I would probably lean Niners, grab some plus money, but this one will probably be one that it's San Fran or nothing. I want to really dig into this game more over the next couple of days and really see what I really like in this one. But I lean towards the Niners.
Hammercock, I bet you like the Niners in this game.
Is there any other side I'd be on, David?
No.
They just lost outright to the Falcons. Their 3 losses are against the Bears, the Falcons, and the fucking Denver Broncos. Yep. How could you possibly hang with the powerhouse Chiefs? I thought the line would be 3. It's 2.5 in my contest. I said, good, fucking even better. Lure all the fucks in with 2.5. All they got to do is win by a field goal. Niners all day. They're getting Kmart's a big Niner fan. He said they're getting about 4.
Kmart is an SC fan and a Niner fan. I don't know why that Jamoke won't come on the show anymore, but I
guess we're too late for him. He's probably sleeping his baby's, probably cleaning his baby's diaper or some shit right now. I don't know. I think he said they got 4 or 5 pieces that are practicing. They're still missing Travarius Ward and maybe a couple other guys, but I think they're getting some pieces back this week. So hopefully this is a nice little sharp spot for I don't know why this isn't a Sunday night or Monday night game. They keep giving us dog shit in prime time, but whatever.
Well, this should be. I agree, but They are missing they're injury riddled. I mean, the Niners are.
If they're injury riddled, why are they less than a field goal dogs then?
Well, that's another point. They've got 5. They every game they show the box, and there's Trey Lance, and there's Armistead, and there's all these guys in it, and they're like, anyway. LJ, what do you like? You were shaking your head about the Niners. What do you think?
I'm on the Niners, man. Money line. They're first in the NFL in opponents' yards per play, second in the NFL in pass defense, and that's what the Chiefs are good at. Big chunk plays. So I think they can neutralize Patrick Mahomes. And Mike Shanahan is 9-1 off a loss with Jimmy Garoppolo is under center.
Whoa, what? Say that one more time.
We love Shanny as a dog too.
Yep.
9-1 off loss with
Garoppolo,
Jimmy G, the porn star fucker.
Yep.
I'm writing that down. Porn star fucker. Man, I love you know what I don't like so many things about society now. I don't like that people don't know what payphones are. I don't like people that don't know what phone books are, but I do like that you can cuss more now. I love that. Back in the day, I mean, there's something LJ and Hammer Poop. You're more of like my generation. There's so many things that I hate about the culture now, but one of the things I love is you can cuss more because
it's become just part of everyday life.
It's just a fucking word. I mean, it's not. I mean,
exactly.
I love that.
This should be one of your circle plays right here.
I just
think so too.
I think I just have my. I think I just picked my 5. This is just me. I think I just picked my 5. But anyways,
did you get the line? Is it 2.5 in circa also?
But tomorrow.
Oh, you guys.
Yep. But
yeah, we got
Nick, go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, I just locked it in. Niners money line. I have this as a 1.5. So it's only a point of value here, but it's just the fact that it's a nice little home dog. There's no way the Chiefs lose back-to-back games. No chance in the world, right?
Right.
And especially to a Niners team that just lost outright to the Falcons of all teams. Man, this team sucks. So this is a spot that I feel like this is one of those games where it's 16-13 Niners, or like it's one of those 16-13 Niners late in the fourth quarter type of games. Like for whatever reason, it's one of those games that they're going to have no business sticking in this game, but they're going to stick in this game. I think probably looking at it a little bit more, probably the best bet in this game would be, let's take a look what the number is. Ooh. Oh wait, no, that's even better. It would be the Kansas City Chiefs team total under 24.5. I think that's a really good look.
Yes.
That's scary. That scares me, but excites me at the same time. I have a bonus.
And I think stylistically, this Niners team matches up really well against the Chiefs.
24.5.
And they've got an ability that I want out of an underdog, especially against a team like the Chiefs with a powerhouse offense, is they can run the fucking ball. The Niners will run the ball, milk the clock, and keep Mahomes' ass on the sideline. That's what I want out of the Niners. I need them to have 35 to 40 minutes of possession in this game in order to win this one. That's what they're going to have to do, is to keep that Chief offense off the fucking field. And they're going to be able to do that by pounding the rock in this game. So I'm going to take plus 125 with the 49ers. I think that's a great spot in this one here. And I know a lot of people, the public is going to have the Chiefs, and they're just a public team. That's just the way it is. And I can see this being, other than maybe the Miami Dolphins, the anchor of a lot of people's parlays. I think that Sunday night game is going to be that parlay killer potentially. Well, I'll hint at that a little bit, but I locked in plus 125 with the 49ers. There's a reason why this line's 2.5, and they want your Kansas City money.
Yeah, I don't know about you.
Begging for it.
Have a guy that you have as a barometer. I have a couple of guys that are barometers for me that I asked them.
We know about your fade guy.
No, right. Not him, but others too. You have to have other squares too. I sent him the lines, and I just back one. He sent me 4. I said, "Who do you like?" give me 4 or 5 plays because his cousin is my partner in the. He gives back 4 plays that are locks: Chiefs, Dolphins, Raiders, and Packers. Of course,
Oh my God!
it's that easy. And by the way, I rarely.
He goes 1 and 3 there. I think the Raiders get it done. The other 3 do not.
But he picked everything that we lean toward. I mean, everything that we lean towards
Against.
as a panel. Yeah.
Basically, my fade guy. Like he's fade guy's little son. So.
All right, new show idea: sharps and shits. Yeah, that guy's a shit. All right, Tim, did you go yet or not?
49ers. Yeah, I went.
Yeah, I thought I started with Chris. Okay, so 2 more games. By the way, why are these primetime games? I mean, God help us. This wasn't even a good game. Both of these games weren't even good. I mean, we knew Pittsburgh and Miami would be not great. Chicago, New England on one of their worst years. Why are these primetime games? All right, Pittsburgh, Miami.
Fuck y'all. Oh
yeah,
y'all.
it's just what do they not want? Well, they know that ratings don't matter. Everyone loves football, but
We're still going to bet
Miami,
the game. They know it.
Miami are 7-point favorites. Tua's coming back, I'm sure. It has to be, because why would that line be that way? And the line's gone up from 6. 45 is the total. I have Miami as 5.26-point favorites. I'm off this game. I couldn't be more off this game. I have nothing to say. Tim, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
By the way, except for the under, which is a primetime game. That's the only thing.
Yep, primetime under.
Did we skip the Seahawks and the Chargers?
Yes,
we
did.
actually, how did we skip that actually? How did we skip that? All right, let's go back. That's more of an interesting game to me. Yep. So 3 more games. Wow. By the way, so Chargers are 6-point favorites. The line's held. 51 points is the total. I have the Chargers as 6.5-point favorites. Again, this is another game I don't care about. So go ahead.
I kind of lean Seahawks, just because I don't know. This team is a little bit not the team I kind of expected them to be a little bit better. I said that they could cover spreads. I thought that they would. I didn't think they would be competitive. Can they please stop fucking scoring? Anyway, sorry, I have the basketball game on too.
All right.
I'm sweating out the under 212 or 2 whatever it is in the Suns game, and they've been racking up points and racking. Anyway, I lean towards Seattle. I'm not sure if I'm getting to it though.
Chris.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll get to it either. Chargers look like shit, right, on prime time. Seattle's been looking really great. I feel like they're kind of like the Falcons. They just keep covering. They're supposed to be the shitty team that keeps covering. Mm-hmm. The line's kind of funky, though. It was 7, and is this an overreaction? Now I think it's 5.5 in our contest. So I know Seattle's taking money. I just don't know if it's an overreaction. I could see the Chargers coming out and just fucking them up. But I was on Broncos on Monday night. I love fading the Chargers because there's no home field there. And if they're laying over that, I tend to fade them, like Tim said. But I just don't get a phenomenal feel for this one. Probably not gonna make the contest or anything.
LJ.
What game we on? Sorry.
You're on. That's fine. You're watching the basketball game.
Yeah.
Seahawks, Chargers.
Seahawks, Chargers. First half over, man. Both these teams average almost 15 points in the first half, so I see a lot of points. I don't see any defense stopping each other. So, yeah, first half over. I'm in, and I am out.
Nick.
I have the Chargers as a 10-point favorite in this game, so I think I'm going to probably end up on LA.
Wow.
In this spot, yeah, I have them as a decent-sized favorite in this one. I'm not high on Seattle. Geno Smith's going to come crashing back down to earth. He did a couple games ago. I think Seattle's not going to keep this up, and this could be a game where the Chargers do go in there and just fuck them up and just move on. So I'm probably going to be on the Chargers here, laying 6 with LA. I think I like that. Oh, also this total is a 51. So under in this game, I think is a decent look. And my reason behind that is any totals 50 or higher, which the Seahawks were one of those last week. Last week they went 2-0 to the under. They're 9-3 in general to the under. I think the under 51 is going to make my card actually before the Chargers. Well, now looking at it.
Cool.
Dave,
All right.
what do you have it? You don't have it indexed at a certain number, Dave?
I have it indexed at 6.5. So I'm off. I mean, that's the worst number are the worst numbers to me are around touchdown. I mean, you have to have the Chargers are not a compelling near touchdown 6 or 7 point favorite. So if it's indexed there, I mean, are they capable? Should they beat the Seahawks by a touchdown? Absolutely. Am I betting it? Fuck no.
Nick, I have a question.
Yeah.
Those overs that were 53 that are the 3 losses, are those the Detroit games?
I can find those for you in just a second. I know one of them is Kansas City and Tampa Bay.
Okay.
One was
Detroit and Seattle. Remember that game went over like really, really high.
I don't think that was not a what do you call it? That was not 50 or higher. I think that was like 47.5.
Okay.
I must see if Detroit had some. Detroit and Minnesota over 51.5. That was the only game for Detroit that went over the 50. So Kansas City and Tampa Bay over. Detroit and Minnesota. I'll look for the last one.
Okay. I was just interested to know that. What was the 3?
I'll try to find that, the third one.
That's a good stat, man. That's a great stat.
Yeah, so I'm going to be on the under because both those games went under last week with the under 50.5 Seattle, Arizona, under 54.5 Kansas City, Buffalo. I think under 54.5 Kansas City, Buffalo ended up being my best bet last week because I also saw a stat that was the largest liability on a total that Vegas had the entire season. 90-something% of the tickets and 90-something% of the cash were on the over in that game. That was the easiest under I've ever bet this season.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep track of that.
I'm gonna find this last 51 for you though. So I'll interrupt when I find it.
Okay,
cool. Yep,
found it. It was
ahead.
Monday night, Kansas City and Las Vegas, 50.5.
The Raiders. Okay.
Yep. So it was the Chiefs twice, and it was the Lions.
All right. Interesting.
There you go.
Awesome. Okay.
So under 51 for me. Under 51.
Let me go through the Chiefs schedule. Let's see if they have another 50. Let me see who they're playing. For possible 50s.
Yeah, that does seem like a really high total. I mean, for these,
yeah, for these offenses, I'll take under 51 here. Locked it in.
While you're doing that, we'll look up. We'll go back to what we were going to do. Pittsburgh, Miami. Miami are 7-point favorites. 45 is the total. Again, I have Miami as a 5.26 point favorite. That's too close. Pittsburgh has been a bet on them. They're not a bet on team, and who knows what's going to happen with Tua. So we'll start with Tim. I'm off this game.
It's Sunday night game, right? So under.
Yep.
And if Tua's coming back, then Pittsburgh. It's just fading the guys coming back. Now, I don't like Pittsburgh. I don't think they're a good team. Could they win this game outright? Yeah, they could. They could very well win this game outright. But this is, I don't know. It's an under or nothing, and it's a 7 for Miami. A, because Pittsburgh's garbage, and B, probably because Tua's back. So, other than that, I'm not really too interested in going after this one aside until I hear that Tua is indeed back.
Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, probably off it, but I'm not going to look at oftentimes I don't look at a team that just won outright as a double-digit home dog, and then now going on the road. Nothing here. Kind of like the next one. The next poopy game we're gonna.
The worst game of the on the slate. Yeah. LJ, what do you think? Steelers, Dolphins.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
All right, we'll move on. Nick.
Under 45. I've already locked at it at -113. Primetime under. And this may be a hurry up and wait type of play. I'm gonna wait to see if Tua is announced in, because I think if he's announced in, we may get 7 and a hook or 8. with Pittsburgh rather than a full touchdown. If I can get 8 points with Pittsburgh, I'll take them. I have it at a 5.
Yeah, I have it 5.26. Yeah. We'll go on to the last game on the slate, the Bears and the Patriots. What a horrible Monday night game. It's just bad. Where are the odds? Okay. Patriots are 7.5 or 8-point favorites. The total is at, I guess we're still going to try to bet the under, 39.5 or 40, depending upon what you like.
I'm seeing 40
I have
on Bet Online.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the best available line is at Cool Bet under 40.5 minus 111.
Yeah, so it's around 40. And I have New England as 9.27 point favorites. There's no way I'm betting New England to cover that. And are you kidding me? But there's no way I'm betting the Bears to cover as an underdog. So again, I'm off this big time, blind betting the under because of the 70% primetime under look. We'll start with Nick. You can talk about whatever you want.
Yep. I mean, do I need to elaborate?
No, you don't.
Under 40. I feel like I've been just preaching unders this entire card. I have 4 totals bet. 5 totals bet, not including Thursday night, and they're all unders. So that kind of is where I'm at. And I love that. I love betting unders in football. I may be a sick fuck when it comes to that, where I just love punts and I love defense and I love those type. And there's usually value on the unders. I mean, because the public loves betting overs. That's just the way it is. So I'm on another under here. Under 45 is what I got with this game. Or no, my bad. Under 40 is what I'm going to get for this game. This will be my 6th and final under of the card, and not including Thursday night.
LJ, any thoughts?
Yes, sir. I'm all on this game, buddy. Patriots
Okay,
all day long. First half and full game, buddy. They are going to dominate these Bears, dog. Because once again, the Bears are the worst team in the NFL in rush defense. So the running back, Stevenson, is going to run all over them guys. So I am on first half, Patriots, and full game, minus the 7.5, man. Belichick, once again, takes Justin Fields out of the game because, he can't pass. He likes to rush for the first down, so he's not going to be able to run. So it's going to be a long day. And it's at home, too? Man, what's the Bears team total? That's what I want to know.
It's at 40.
No,
sorry. The team total. I don't know.
14.5.
14.5?
7.5.
They probably get 6 points, bro. If that.
14.5 on Pinnacle, minus 108 for the under.
Yeah,
Patriots defense has looked better than it has. I mean,
under Bears team total under Patriots. I don't give a fuck what the spread is. Take it. They're dominating this game, bro. Bears have no chance. No chance at all.
Well, hammer poop. As you munch down whatever you're munching. What are you thinking that this is your type of game, dude? This is right up your alley.
I don't know what fucking world we live in where Zappy Pappy or fucking Mac playing this, but
it ain't about the quarterbacks. It's not about the quarterbacks.
He's right. I wouldn't be shocked if, like he just said, they wiped the floor with this Bears team. But the Bears, and he's right, they're against the run, but they're pretty good. They're not allowing many points. Obviously, we saw a lot of the low-scoring games. But I just am looking at a straight line value here. The Patriots go from 9-point dogs in Lambeau. They go, and then they're 3-point faves against the god-awful Lions. So they're 3-point faves against the Lions. You're telling me that the Bears are The Bears have a better record than the Lions. They're all of a sudden 5 or 6 points shittier than the Lions. I don't know. And then they're 3-point dogs against the Browns, and now they're coming home an 11-point line swing. It just seems a little fucking crazy to me. I understand Belichick at home, but I also think I wouldn't be shocked if they win by 3 or 7 in prime time, and it fucks up some of the parlays and the teasers. Everyone's going to tease for the 8 through the 7 and the 3. Not for me.
Tim.
I want nothing to do with it. I think this game is gross. I have no interest in it. It's Monday night. Does not mean you have to bet it. That's my whole gist on it. Now I got to sweat out 7, 6. Come on, Dallas. Miss this shot. Miss.
Suns
miss.
came back and won this game. God.
Yes,
damn.
cash the under 212. Holy fuck, no sweat. Oh my
No,
god.
it's not a cat. You pushed it.
Under 212 and a half.
Oh, and a half. Okay.
Oh. God.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is right.
Woo.
Came back and won.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
Wow.
Yep. The Suns came back and
I
won.
wish I bet.
So show off these big plus money Suns money line plays.
I didn't.
No.
No, I didn't. I bet the Suns.
Tonight sucked, man. I won all my props, but I
went
lost
2 and
all
3
my
in the NBA.
sides. I lost all my fucking sides.
Let's see. In the NBA
God
tonight,
damn.
I had
What was the score of that game?
107, 105.
105.
Didn't
But
you
Dallas
say the Mavs
covered
four
the
and a half?
spread.
Wow. Mavs.
Yeah, the Mavs covered the 4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I will
they
say
did.
I had 8 plays, or I had 9 plays tonight, and I went 5-3-1, or 5-3-1. Losers on the Pacers, the Nuggets, and the Kings. Kings fell apart at the end. That sucked. And then winners on the over in the Knicks game, never in doubt, right, Dave? Over in the Knicks game, never in doubt.
Yeah, never in doubt until
Totally
overtime.
didn't need overtime. But I will say I had 3 blowout wins. I had the Pelicans, I had the Bulls, and I had the Charlotte Hornets.
Ooh.
And then I just had the under in the Dallas game.
Cool. Well, let's do this. We've been going long enough. Let's talk about best plays.
Ooh.
And we'll start with Nick. You get 3 plays. What do you like?
Okay, we're gonna go with 3 underdogs. You ready? 49ers money line.
Okay.
Colts money line.
Hold on. All right. Okay.
Let's throw our dick on the desk here. Commanders money line.
What?
Can
What
you
are
just
you
take the
doing?
take the points for the official bets? Take the points.
What are you? What?
The other one's fine. They're like 2.5-point spreads. The 4.5. Come on, just grab the points. Don't be stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. What is going on?
Fine. Commanders plus 5.
All right. LJ, what do you like?
Nick stole my thunder. 49ers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Someone was going to say that.
So it's fine.
It's
I'm
all
just
good.
glad I was able to go first because everybody always steals my plays.
Okay. Jets and Broncos under. Ravens first half.
Hold on 1 second. Let's look at what this is right now.
Okay.
1 second. Jets and Broncos. So under 38.5.
Yep. Take it.
Got it. I love it. Go ahead.
First half. What did I just say? Ravens first half over the Browns.
Okay.
And he just said that one. So you know what? Let's pick on the Cardinals. Let's pick on the fucking Cardinals.
Let's do it.
Saints, motherfucking ass, man. First half,
right?
Hell yeah. First half Saints, man. Fucking
Saints
Cardinals.
first half.
Fucking Fat kids. I was so mad at the Cardinals, man.
Well, there we go. Chris, what do you like?
Yeah, Big D Earl took all of them. I don't know because you kind of like the Giants, so we're
I'm not gonna. That's you really. But I'll tell you what. I mean, I have other plays I can pick, but how? What is wrong with you?
no, leave it off then.
It's gonna win. Watch. It's gonna win.
How about a prime? How about some of the division unders we've been talking about, like
Baltimore, Cleveland.
yeah,
Tampa Bay, Carolina, Indianapolis, Tennessee. And there's a bunch of them.
I feel like we all holded each other's hands and sing Kumbaya with these unders this week.
yeah.
With all these primetime unders and these divisional unders, we just all hold hands here.
We did.
Yeah, not sure how many points Mr. Walker and the Panthers are going to score. So ugly Bucks game like usual.
So no thoughts. You don't have to have a pick if you don't want to.
Yeah, no, because I'm on the same page as Earls. I like the Commanders. I like the Niners.
We have similar mindsets. I've noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We love pain and we love ugliness.
we love it. And I know my buddies. They are always like, oh, life's too short to bet the under. And I'm like, fuck that. Life's too short to get your ass kicked on those square ass overs. Give me the unders. Look at them cashing. So, but I'll come back Friday and I'll do some NFL, some poopy NCAA play.
Cool.
Got some Dookie on Saturday night after dark in Pac-12, baby.
So we'll just leave you off for right now.
Yeah, I'll just because I'm on the unders and the dogs, just like we said.
Cool.
I guess the poopy fave. I mean, the stinkiest line is the Jags. I mean, if you want to put me down for that, but
I will. I mean, they're not.
I know
They're one of my favorite plays, but I can pick other ones.
LJ liked Jags first half also, so I don't know if you want to do that one.
Yeah, why not? We'll do that one. Chris, Jags first half. All right, Tim. Nick, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim.
All right, guys. I'll
I'm
see
go-
you Friday.
Yeah. Cash out. We'll see you.
Cheers. Later, brothers.
See you, buddy.
Later.
Hey, I'm about to be out too.
Okay. Okay.
You want to? We have one more guy to put picks in. You want?
I just got to put in 3 and I'm good.
Go ahead.
I'll do one NFL and then 2 NBA because we talked NBA.
Yep.
I'll take the Carolina Panthers plus 11.
Yep.
Oh.
I don't think they win. I just think they cover. And then I'll go my 2 NBA plays that I like tomorrow. Going to go Milwaukee Bucks plus 4 and the Clippers to open up a can of whoop ass minus 5.5 against the Fakers. I'm back to my full-time job from last year. Waking up, fading the Lakers. That's what I do.
Hey, who Milwaukee plays tomorrow? The Sixers, right?
Sixers.
Yep.
Hey,
The Sixers looked horrible.
Hey, I forgot. We could do NBA plays?
Oh,
Yep.
fuck. I forgot about hockey.
Oh, wait, hold on. I got an NBA play tomorrow.
Well, you gotta dump one of your plays, but that's
I'll
fine.
dump that Saints first half.
Okay. What do you got?
I'm taking Bucks first half over the Sixers because the Bucks were the number 1 team last year in the first half point margin. So why not continue that?
All right, so we got
Milwaukee
first
Bucks,
half
not the
and
Tampa Bay
now.
Buccaneers.
No, I got you.
Just want to make that clear. You said Bucks. It could have meant Buccaneers. It could have meant Milwaukee.
No, we talking Giannis. Giannis.
The Greek freak.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm gonna go. Jesus H, can't believe I'm doing this. I'm gonna go Denver Broncos -1.
Wow.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
Whoa.
Yep. And I'm gonna go with the. Hold on one second. I'm gonna go with the Bucks Sixers under. That's going to be my second pick. Basically, I watched Philadelphia. I mean, that if you like the Bucks, you like the under because this fucking Embiid just looked horrible. Maybe he picks it up, but I think that's a good look, and it's actually staying pretty solid. So Bucks, 76ers, 25.5 under. And then a lot of my football players have been chosen, but we're going to go with which primetime is more of is a bigger score. That's what we're going to do. It's going to be one of the two football games. No one chose. What did he chose? The Jets Broncos. All right, we're going to go with
Zion.
Nick,
I'm going to go with the Pittsburgh. I'm going to go with the Steelers.
Blues
What?
overtime. Blues are
Blues
going
overtime,
overtime
yeah.
and just
Okay.
live bet them minus 125.
Steelers, Dolphins, under 45. So that's the show. Let's get off here. What'd you just live bet, you said?
The Blues Kraken just went into overtime, so I live bet the Blues. At
Okay.
minus
I'm so
125.
mad that I bet that game early because if I would have bet it later, I would have just taken their money line instead of the puck line.
All right, let's get out of here. We've been doing this long enough. Tim, what do you want to plug?
Make sure you guys are subscribed to Dave. And honestly, because I know there's people here that are on both channels, go over to Picks for Dave. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. He does free pick videos and stuff, and he's the one that puts all this stuff together. So make sure you're following him. Obviously, you guys know us, Earl Sports Bets. Follow us everywhere, but follow Dave. Make sure you do that. It's important.
And you're betting the Blues live, you said?
Yeah, I bet the Blues live.
Well, I might do that. LJ, what do you got?
Better do it quick.
LJ
I'm trying.
Sports Media on Twitter, Raw Words Podcast on YouTube. Subscribe. Follow me. Follow me here on Nerd Talk. Picks from Dave. Follow me on Pub Sports Radio. Hey, just follow me, man. I'm everywhere.
Nick, what do you got?
Just Earl Sports Bets every single morning, anywhere between 10 and 11 a.m. Maybe we talk to LJ here. We get him on the football show for Sunday for NFL.
Let's do it.
Good. Let's book it. We keep saying we're gonna bring you on, and we keep forgetting to actually get you on. So
What time? Sunday.
Tim, 10:30 on Sunday.
If we're doing 3 people, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. on Sunday.
10 a.m. Eastern
time.
So that's 9 my time.
9 your time. Texas.
Hey, send me the link. I'm good to go.
I got you.
All right, awesome. So, Earl Sports Bet Show every single morning, anywhere between 10 and 11 a.m. On Sunday morning, we will have LJ on to talk some NFL. So that'll be a lot of fun there. And game time decision Monday through Friday, 5 o'clock. And Nerd Talk and all that fun jazz. We're everywhere. So
cool. Thanks everyone for watching. Hit the like and subscribe if you haven't. And we'll sign off. We'll be back on Friday night. Thanks everyone, and see you then.